Excellent connection. Beautiful. You don't have a chat again. We don't know why it does that. Shadow Up, what's up? How you doing, man? Mike Bird, good to see you guys. Welcome to the show. Sunday night with Hanger 51. What's going on? So, right, sir? You gonna sleep tonight? I'll put on some music for you. God, this is, what do I got this set at? God, it looks hard to read. What the fuck? Oh, 75? Nah, that's not right. What the hell? Let's try 90. That's better. Should be able to read it now. Yeah, finally time to rest. There you go. Right, so did you go watch my show last week, the one you missed at the beginning? The second one before I redid it? It was pretty cool. Roll that concrete drying footage. Time for meow. Yeah, I should put it up here on the screen. Yep, invisible table on the visible plane on the table. Yep, this is Wonder Woman's plane. See, I see you get a good look at it, or a good not look at it. Hang on, we're stuck on this damn. So now we can turn it like this, and you can't see it. Because it's Wonder Woman's plane. See, it's all invisible. There you go. Because if I turn it over, the black and white stripes show up. But the top of the plane's green, so you don't see it. I think that's cool as shit. I gotta tell you, I love that. I hate this stand. This stand puts so many fucking dents in foam airplanes. It's terrible. Really screws up foam airplanes. The saddles are just too. There's not enough contact in the saddles. Yeah, it's a Havoc. That's what it is. Good guess. Way to go, Mike. Yep. No, you were sleeping. Yeah. Jeff in Lower Alabama, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome to Code Hanger 51. I can do the show in Hanger 51, but you guys won't come to it because you won't get notified because you haven't gone and subscribed to Hanger 51. I don't remember how many subscribers I have, but not enough. So I keep doing it in this show until I get the other one built up. So you guys will get the notifications. Yeah, no pretty gal to go with the plane. That's true, Shadow. Yeah. You're stuck with me. Sorry. Yeah, Shadow's the pimp for the midgets, and I'm the bus driver. So when we get pulled over, he's the boss. I'm just the driver. Will I let Ryan fly my Havoc? Sure. Yeah, he won't make that mistake again. I guarantee he learned his lesson. Yeah, Jeff, I'd have to change the other one first because it won't let me do two at exactly the same. So you're right. I could go to the other my other channel and change it to like an O, and then that would make the A available. And then I could change this one to an A, and then I could go back to that one and change it from the O to an E. So I could do that. You're right. I should do that. Maybe I will do that. It's a good idea. Thank you. Yep, that's a really good idea. I think I'll just do that. It's a good idea. No, I sold the one I ran over. This one, believe it or not, and it's a shame that I just ruined that perfect fuselage. This one I dumpster dove to save. The tail feathers and the wings were in the dumpster, fully loaded. Retracts, servos, all there. Everything was there. So I bought a fuselage and a canopy, and I put the power system in here from the my T-33 that crashed. So the T-33 power system's in this, the ESC and the fan, and it's just about ready. I got a new nose gear right here. I got to put in. So we're going to put that in. And I've got the steering servo for the nose in. I just have to put, I don't have a rudder servo yet, but I mean I have it. I just haven't put it in yet. So all I got to do is I got to put the rudder servo in here. I've got two shims here. I got to shim the fan. It needs to be shimmed up just a little bit. Technically shimmed down just a little bit, but it's mounted in upside down. So I got two shims here that I got to put in to shim the motor. Put the rudder servo in. The steering servo's already in. I just got to hook the linkage up to the new retract to put in, and she's ready to fly. You know, put a receiver in it. So yeah, getting real close to being able to fly this one. Yeah, I crash a lot. Yeah, that's right, John. So. Yeah, so somebody threw it away. I couldn't believe it. And I was like, yeah, I'll take that. So, yeah. And the this wing's got a little compression right here. Very, very minor. Little wrinkle right here. That's it. The other side's perfect. Tail fins are near perfect. There's a little teeny chunk missing right here. That a little Gorilla Glue and water will fix that baby right there. And, yeah, it's going to be a great airplane. It's you know, it looks great, you know, it really does. So, new harness? No, actually the harness was all attached to the wing. So yeah, everything that hooks the wing up is there. There was the wire that goes from the front of the plane to the back for the rudder is in there. They install that when you buy the new fuselage. So all you got to do is plug the servo in. The wires for the elevator were also installed in the new fuselage. So all I had to do is plug these servos in, and the wires go all the way to the front. So yeah, the fuselage came with the rudder and the elevator servo wires. And the wing had everything already on it because they left the servos and everything in it. So everything was in there I needed. The steerable nose servo I put in it was an extra long wire. So that made it all the way from the nose back into the radio compartment. So that's fixed. This retract, again, has the long enough wire because this is the correct one for the Havoc. So this wire is long enough to go all the way to the radio compartment. So yeah, there's really, yeah, everything I need's there. The wire for the fan was long enough. So yeah, we're good. Harness wise, everything's there. We're ready to go. I mean, this thing's very close to being flyable. Very close. You know, I had other things on my priority list to do before this one. I finished the Spitfire. Well, I still have to paint this gun. You know, this gun's tan, and the plane's green where this is now. So I gotta paint this green. The other one's brown. I don't have to do anything to that one. But this one I got to paint green. And then I can glue the guns on. And that's pretty much it. There's a lot of detail on the bottom I'm probably not going to put on. And I'll tell you why. This scoop goes on the bottom. And let's see, what else? There's another scoop that's kind of round. Where's that one at? Oh, here. So this goes on one side of the wing. This one. And then this one goes on the other side of the wing. And the reason I'm not going to put those on is because if I have to make a wheels up landing, it's going to tear those off the wing. And I don't think they add enough to the look of the wing to make it worth putting them on, so I'm not going to put them on. You know, screw it. I'd rather have a nice smooth, you know, because there's no control horns or anything hanging down off the bottom of the wing. The wing is absolutely smooth. So, you know, it's a beautiful belly lander if I have to, for whatever reason. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to put these on because they're just going to rip shit up if I have to land on the belly. So, pussy, put them on. Okay, Roy. Since you said so, Roy, I'll put them on. You win. You win. You got me. I got to paint the white and black stripes on this to match where it is on the plane. I don't know if this one's in the black or the white. I'm going to have to paint this one or the other. I can't leave it blue. So, yeah, I'll have to paint those. But, oh, so you got a remote ID, right? So is that what you did? Okay. Yeah. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Yeah, Jeff in Lower Alabama got one for $30, not $30 off. I think he got one for $30. I can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. We'll find out when he gets here. And I think he's already here. Didn't Jeff already come in? Hang on. Let me go back and look real quick. Yeah, Jeff's already here. George Watts! Sorry, I missed you. I meant to say hi. Yeah, so Jeff, where did you get your remote ID and how much was it? $300? Oh no, you didn't buy one for $300, did you? Keith Christie, what's up? How you doing, man? I beat you home. Did I really? You left way before I did. How the hell did I beat you home? I mean, you left an hour before I did. How the hell did I beat you home? Okay, so you got it from Avonix, but it wasn't $300, was it? I mean, you didn't pay $300, right? Oh, you have the Sky ID ordered. How much is that one? JCB, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, $69. There you go. Oh, you stopped at Sonny's. Oh, you suck. You suck, Lewis. Which one are you getting, Shadow? Oh, so you're gonna get the Spectrum one. Okay. Oh, I misread that. I thought you said looks like the one you're getting, but it said it looks like at that price it's the one you're gonna get. So I misread that. Sorry. Yeah. Oh yeah. The drone. The police departments have been using drones for years. One of the girls my wife works with, her husband is a drone operator for the sheriff's office right here. So yeah, the police have been using them for years. I don't know if they have to have all their licensing. I assume they do, but of course, the county's going to pay for all that. So what do they care? So the field I fly with is a private property, so the police can't come on there. Neither can the FAA. So we're not in any danger of being. Uh, the correct term is ramp checked because I went to a flying field yesterday that I have flown at, but I don't belong to the club, and I was thinking of joining the club. Yeah, of course they are, John. Yeah, they're Part 107, of course, and the city pays for it. Um, so so they had an FAA guy come in and give us a little talk, and this guy's Barney Fife. He's going to be ramp checking all the flying fields in that area on a regular basis to hand out citations. So he was playing it up that he was there to be our friend. He wants to make sure we're all compliant so we don't get in trouble. This is what you need. You need all this stuff. You got to take that trust test. You have to have your AMA number. You have to have your FAA number. There were two other things. Maybe his driver's license. He put them all on a copy machine and printed a piece of paper. 8.5 by 11 that had everything on it. And he said, just, do that and just hand him the paper, and you're done. That's it. Everything he needs to know is on the paper, and that's the end of it. You tell him you're recreational flying. That's the only answer that keeps you out of trouble is what kind of flying are you doing? You say recreational. And you hand him the paper, and that's it. But I know this guy's going to be, back to the field on a regular basis, just breaking everybody's balls. And I don't want anything to do with that. So I decided I'm not joining that club. And then the other club in the area that I could go fly at aren't going to be compliant whatsoever. They're this president of this club's just not going to comply. He's, as far as he's concerned, the FAA can kiss his ass. So that's the gist of it there. And there's no way, and Wright's called it right from the beginning, and he's right. There's no way that they're going to be compliant by the 16th of this month, so they're going to have to push it back. And then everybody else is predicting that after they push it back, it's just going to go away. You know, they're gonna forget all about it. So we'll see. We'll just have to see how this goes. Have we got? Yeah, I think tomorrow's Labor Day, isn't that right, guys? So yeah, that's a holiday. No, check 6. So he also said that the maximum speed our planes can go is 100 miles an hour. I thought it was 200 miles an hour. Isn't the AMA speed limit 200 miles an hour? So the FAA says it's 100 miles an hour. So anybody with a turbine pretty much can't fly it because all of those go over 100 miles an hour. So I don't know where they're getting that fucking shit, but that's what he told us, this FAA guy, that the speed limit's 100 miles an hour. He said you have to have your ID, your FAA number, on the outside of the airplane. You know, I was told it just had to be on the airplane, inside, outside, whatever. But he says no, it has to be on the outside of the plane. I haven't gone and verified that yet. I'm just telling you what he told us. I don't know. I haven't verified any of it, but that's what he told us. You know, that's the stupid part, Randy, is the damn thing is only broadcasting in Bluetooth, which has, 50 feet tops. You know, maybe if atmospheric conditions are perfect, you might get 100 feet. So who the fuck is it broadcasting to? I mean, you can't see my field where I fly from the road. Because it's way more than 100 feet. So there's no possible way anybody could drive by without driving onto the property illegally, trespassing, and get a reading off of one of our airplanes. So who am I broadcasting this to? No one. There's no one that can get the broadcast. It's pointless. Yeah, but they have to be within 30, 40, 50 feet of the plane, drone. We'll call it a drone because we're all lumped into the drone thing. They have to be that close to it to get a reading off of it. That's all the farther it's going to broadcast. So, we're so far off the road that there's even if they could see the airplane, which you probably couldn't, maybe a really big one, there's no way the closest it's probably a half a mile. So there's no way a Bluetooth is going to transmit a half a mile. So, so you can't get a reading. He can see the plane, but he can't get a reading off of it. So it's just pointless. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I guess if you were breaking the law and they were close enough to where you were breaking the law, like, for instance, if you flew over an airport and they happened to be in the airport and shot you, they took their app and, maybe they could read that. But they can't drive by my flying field and read our airplanes from a half a mile away. They just can't do it. So, oh, Shadow, I know. I'm totally, I get it. I know what it's all about. It's just the way they're going about it is stupid because it's not even usable tech for. I mean, unless they're going to ramp check us, and like I said, we're on private property, so they can't come on the field. I can promise you, Bo will have them off the field in seconds. Get the fuck off of here. So he's not going to put up with any of that. Well, that's true, Roy, but you don't know all the cops, and there's plenty of Barney Fifes out there that would ticket you for flying an airplane. You know, there's plenty of asshole cops out there that just have that adrenaline for the power that they have. So to take their little app and get your info and then write you a ticket is, all up their ass. They love it. So those are the cops you got to look out for. But most cops have got better sense, better things to do with their time. you know. So yeah, that's true, Shadow. The feds aren't definitely the smartest bunch for sure. They're not the sharpest tack in the drawer. Yeah. Yeah, well, again, Shadow, where I'm flying, all the Karens can call all they want. There's nothing the cops can do. They can't come on the property, so there's nothing they can do. They can get as many complaints as they want. There ain't a damn thing they can do about it. JCB, what did you watch streamed? The Stole competition? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, I didn't get to watch that. Was that on today? Oh, Saturday. Okay. Yeah, I went flying in the morning Saturday, um, at that other field where the FAA guy was. So, so there were 21 of us. It was a meeting. It was the meeting for the month. Yeah, it's first Saturday of the month. So there were 21 people there. And out of the 21 people, he asked, "How many of you are if I did a ramp check right now, how many of you guys would pass?" And there were 4 people that had everything they needed to pass the ramp test. The ramp check. Everybody else failed. Like, okay, you know. Well, 500 feet is still way less than a half a mile. So, they're not going to get any data from our stuff. Yeah, Shadow. I got a lot of rain. We had some wind, but nothing. I mean, no damage. Nothing got damaged. Everything was. My foam crates from the airplanes that were laying in the yard are still laying there. They didn't even blow away. They just keep sitting there. So there's a couple of foam boxes laying out in the yard there that, like, under the shrubbery, or not really under it, but by it, and they're still there. They didn't move. All that wind, and they never move. Weird. But yeah. But we got a lot of rain. We did. Um, we got some rain at the flying field. It filled up the our float pond, but well, not all the way up, but pretty good. But yeah, the field looks good. No real issues. Again, that's the eighth hurricane I've been through now, and yeah, just not a big deal. We just haven't had an issue yet. Just read the AMA FAA registration card and marked on plane. So it says it just has to be marked on the plane. It doesn't specify inside, outside. It just says it has to be on the plane. Correct, Jeff? Is that what you just read? I just want to make sure I'm reading that right. Oh, it does say outside. So it does say it has to be on the outside of the plane. Okay. All right. I thought it used to say it just had to be on the plane. You know, not outside, inside, just on the plane. But it doesn't say how big it has to be. So that's the other one. You know, most of the guys are making it, you need a microscope, you know, or a magnifying glass to read it because their print's so tiny. Oh, at first it could be inside, and then they changed it. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you validating that because that's what I thought. I wasn't sure that they updated it, and so that's what I wanted to hear. So thank you. I appreciate that. Now I know what is going on because my understanding was two things. One, that it had to be on the plane, not necessarily on the outside, so they updated that. The other one is the 100-mile-an-hour thing, which, you know, the AMA is 200 miles an hour, you know, 55 pounds and 200 miles an hour. But the FAA says, no, it's 100 miles an hour. So I guess nobody's allowed to fly a turbine jet. You know, you got to, if you have a turbine, sell it. Oh, email it to me, Lewis. You know, or text it to me, either one. Either email it to me or text it to me. Is that? Am I behind here? Okay. Yeah, it's okay. All right. You don't see where to enter planes, Jeff? Okay, yeah. The whole thing's a fucking nightmare. It really is. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. It's just a clusterfuck right now. Okay, so I got this weird. Oh, there it is. Let's. What's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, there you go. That's a good idea. Yeah, since Wrights is compliant, I'm going to be Michael Wrightsa too. Yeah. Check. Just look up my my remote ID number and all that. Yeah, it's under Michael Wrightsa. Yeah. So yeah, that's who I am. Well, John, that's a great point. But if that's the truth, then why do we have to put remote IDs on our planes? That's the only reason they have it on there is so they can get our information. And you're saying that the FAA has no right to do that. So where do we go here now? I mean, are we going to have another lawsuit like the other one that the FAA got lost? You know, they got their ass handed to them. Are we going to do that again? What's the whole deal with this? If they don't have the right to collect our information, then what the hell's the remote ID for? Yeah, exactly, Dylan. Yeah, I'm going to have to sell my 900 also. I'll have to get rid of that one. All my jets, because I think all of my jets go over 100, so I have to sell all of those. And let's see, what else? My quarter midget pylon racers, I'll have to sell those. And let's see, what else? Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of a shitload of airplanes if I can't go over 100 mile an hour. So, Mike Bird, what's up? Yeah, they can't arrest us or detain us. Okay, so when they ramp check us and we fail, what happens, John? Then what happens? You know, can't they cite us and then mail us a citation or something? I mean, what? How does this work exactly? What the hell? You know. Exactly, Randy. That's exactly what that was for. You know, the three years for $5 was just to get a list of everybody that has RC airplanes. I don't want to be on that list. That's why I haven't done it, because I'm not going to be on that list. So I have no FAA number. I haven't taken the trust test. You know, no, I haven't done any of that bullshit. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm under the F off sec. Yeah, I get you. That's where I am too. Yeah. Right, but can't the FAA guy just call the police and have them come out and meet him at the field? I mean, after he ramp checks you, you know, isn't he just going to call the police to come out and enforce the law? So when the FAA guys ask me for my info, I can just say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give that to you? I plead the fifth? Right, check six, they do, of course, but they have to catch me in the act. It's not, by proxy. They have to come out to the field and actually catch me. Even my videos, and somebody else could be flying the airplane. I'm standing there with a transfer in my hand, but does that positively identify me that I'm flying the plane? Or is somebody off camera flying the plane? You don't know. They don't know. Right? It's all circumstantial. So, yeah. So my videos don't prove anything. I can absolutely deny that I was flying that airplane and there was somebody behind me, behind the camera, that was flying it. And I'm not going to tell you who that is. That's not my job. Your job is to investigate and find out who it was, not mine. So good luck with that. Well, again, and John, I appreciate the info. That's good info for everybody. I hope everybody's paying attention. Because I fly on private property, I don't have to worry about that. He can't come on the property and even ask us for anything. Neither can the police. They absolutely cannot come on the property. So, that's just not going to happen where I fly. Now, if I happen to go fly somewhere else, all bets are off. But where I fly is private property, and nobody can come on the field. So, that's not going to happen. Yeah, all they have to do is a height check. More shark jokes. Okay. That's funny, Six. All right, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, ain't no short jokes. That's all right, Paul. Thank you. I appreciate that, but I'm used to it. It's been since, like, I don't know, third grade. I don't know. When everybody else was growing and I didn't, that's when the short jokes started. So it's my whole life been that way. Yeah, that's it, Jeff. Tuco's flying. You're just the cameraman. Oh, so I don't even have to bother. I'll tell them you said that, right, sir? Yeah, so no, I don't have to tell you who I am. Listen, I'm already all registered as a sex offender, so go look it up. All my information's already out there. Go look. Yeah, have a nice day. Oh. Oh, so you're Shorty Jr. There you go. All right, so moving on. Let's see. So I went flying today, got 16 flights in. I got to, it was really bad wind today. It was super gusty and in different directions. We didn't have a constant down the runway. It was crosswind, down runway, backwards run. I mean, it was blowing all over the place. So the planes were not flying as stable as they could. Today was a good day for a plane with a gyro, which my RV-8 is the only one that had the gyro in it. I flew my Avanti, the FMS Avanti, and no gyro in that. And it was it was doing the tail waggy, now and then, because it would get a crosswind and it would just push it off course. And I mean, it always recovers. I don't have to give it any input for it to recover. It does its little waggy and then keeps going, and there's no gyro in it. But just a day not for every airplane day, for sure. There's a lot of airplanes I would not fly in this wind, so I didn't. So the only thing I flew today was the Avanti, the RV-8, the Carbon Z T28, the yellow one. And mine does not have a gyro in it. I didn't buy the AS3X version. I bought the plug and play. And I flew my little Micro Tundra, which was great. That's a great little airplane. Boy, I like that thing. And I flew, what else did I fly? I think there was one other one I flew. No, maybe not. Let's see. RV-8, Carbon Z, FMS, the little Tundra. Yeah, that's it. And that's all I flew today. Mostly just wanted to cycle my new batteries. I've got batteries special for this jet, my MB339, and I bought some. I'm not going to say they're dedicated batteries for that plane, but I bought them specifically to fly in that plane. They'll fly in everything else I have too, but I bought them for that plane, and they're brand new. And I read the directions on the. These are HRB reds, and I read the directions on how to break them in, and that's what I'm doing. So I've got 2 full cycles on all the packs. I have 4 5200s and 4 4000s. All 100C, all EC5 connector. No, the 4 5200s I bought are XD90 connectors. The 4 4000 packs are EC5 connectors. And I had 2 5200s with EC5 connectors, but one of them was in the Tiger Cat when it crashed, so I lost that battery. But I still have the other one. So, and that one's been broken in. That pack has been flown 10 times maybe. So that pack's good. I can fly that in a jet or do whatever I want with it. These other 8 batteries are not jet ready. Now I can fly prop planes with some, getting on it some, and they'll be okay for at least 2 more cycles, and then they should be ready for a jet. So, but right now I was flying them around at half throttle, real low amperage. I mean, they came out of the plane, they weren't even warm. When I put them on the discharger, they get warmer than they do come out of the plane flying around slow like that. So I was getting 11 to 13 minute flights on both the Carbon ZT28 and the RV-8 because I was flying them so slow just to break in the batteries. I figure it's more fun to fly a plane around and discharge the pack than to just put it on the discharger. So that's what I did. So all of them have been cycled twice. The old pack, the one Survivor, that one's got 10 or 12 flights on it, so it's jet ready. I've been flying the jet with that one actually. I fly the J65 with that pack. So now these other ones I'll put in a prop plane and fly them, aggressively, not full throttle all day or anything. I don't fly like that anyway. But now I can go vertical, do a loop or something, throttle up, throttle down, that kind of stuff, and they should be okay for that. And I'll get a couple flights on them that way, and then I'll put them in a jet. So Tug Hill, what's up? How you doing, Tugs? Good to see you, man. And a cheeseburger for Kenny. Thanks, buddy. Tug's always got my back. So let's see, what else is going on? Got the Spitfire all done. Well, again, like I said, except for painting this gun, it came out really good. I like it. I got to do a little more polishing on it, but overall, it came out really good. The invasion stripes look great. The green cover and the tan came out really good. I really like it. Yeah, the plane looks good. And I got the, hey, Fred, what's up? I got the Lewis seal of approval. He checked it out today, and he liked it. He said it looks good. So, yeah, so that was, I was going to fly it today, but I didn't like the crazy winds, so I didn't fly it. Yeah, right. So with situation normal, isn't it? Isn't that, snafu? Isn't that what that is? That should be, the shit show snafu. That's what I'm gonna start calling it. Yeah, the shit show snafu. Yeah, there you go. So, Paul, are you driving? Are you off? You want to break? What's going on? What are you doing, man? Dylan, you missed it. Air Marshal went flying with me last week. I took him out to my field. He flew 5 of my airplanes. He did great. I asked him if he wanted to go with me today. He said he'd get back to me. He didn't, so he didn't go flying with me today. But, yeah, Marshall lives right by me now. So, yeah, he drove over to my house. We jumped in my truck, went to the field. I think he flew 5 airplanes. He hasn't lost his touch. He flew great. Grid landings, all but the last one. The last one was my twin, the King twin, and it was a good landing. I mean, it was okay. He kind of ballooned it, and it came down hard enough to tip over and break a prop, but it didn't do any. It didn't bend the landing gear or nothing. It did no damage other than it broke a prop. So yeah, no big deal. So Wild Bill, what's up? So yeah, so Air Marshal's getting back in the thick of it. He's got a couple of job interviews that he's working on. One of them he might have to move back to Atlanta if he gets that job. So we're kind of waiting to see how that's going to pan out. My guess is as soon as he gets a job that Friday night, he'll probably go live. And go back to his show on Friday night and let us all know that he got a job. So he was in the Zoom last night. So yeah, Air Marshal was in the Zoom last night too. So yeah, he's making his way back. Oh, you're no kidding, Tug. You crashed your Commander. Do you have the green? Do you have the red one or the blue one? Which Commander do you have? Victor, what's up? How you doing, man? No, look at you, Paul. Good for you. Yeah, I've been flying since 11 today, so yeah. Yeah, and I guys, I wanted to stay and fly because the wind had quit and I had batteries charged. I could have night flown for at least 2 or 3 hours, but I had to pack up so I could come be here with you. So, but one of my buddies, Mike, out there says he might go flying tomorrow after 2 o'clock. So I've got a few batteries left over. I can fly tomorrow. So I might do that. If Mike calls me, tells me he's gonna go out to the field, I might meet him out there. Go flying tomorrow. No doctor's appointment tomorrow. First Monday in 3 months, I haven't had to go to the doctor. So I don't, other than fixing my lawnmower. I mean, I just got to put new blades on it, but got to do that tomorrow, first thing in the morning, and then maybe cut a little grass before I quit for the day because it'll be too hot to cut grass, and then we'll go from there. Oh, you dropped candy out of your EST 1500? That's cool. That's a cool bomb drop. That's really cool. Kenny F. and Rogers in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Is Michael Bear here? Yeah, Michael Bear's here too. There he is. Yeah, it's now, we've got a new name for it. It's the Shit Show Snafu Show. Yeah, the Shit Show Snafu. So there you go. We've gotten a new title for the show now. The Shit Show Snafu. Oh, it's not going to be hot here tomorrow, Dylan. We're having a little cold front right now. It's going to be in the mid low 80s maybe. Not the 99 to 106 that we've had all this fucking month, or all last month, I mean. Yeah, my likes are lacking. Yeah, that's more of the snafu. That's how it goes here. I have to keep begging for likes. Come on, guys, hit the like button. It's free. I promise it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't sign a registry. I'm not going to come look you up. Nobody's following you here. It's all good. Jeff Adams, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. So that's funny, Randy. So the PC-21 in safe is unbelievable. It'll let you bank the plane at least 45 degrees. It yanks and banks, or I should say banks and yanks. Perfect. You can turn that thing right around in safe. Let go of the stick. It levels out. I mean, it's one of the best flying safe airplanes I've ever had. So I really like the way the reflex handles safe. It's pretty. It gives you a lot more control than the AS3X safe. So. Yeah, if not that I fly it in safe, I just wanted to test it, and I was pretty impressed. It didn't take a damn cornfield to turn it around. I could turn the plane around pretty quick, even in safe. The PC-21. Now, I don't know how it is on other shit, but at least the PC-21 was okay. Now, my PT-18, the Cub, had a reflex in it, and they had the aileron and rudder coupled. And I wasn't too crazy about that. When you turn the gyro on it couples those, and I didn't care for that. If I need to add some rudder, I can do it. I have two opposing thumbs, so if I need to add rudder, I've got a thumb to do that. So I don't need them doing it for me. Oh yeah, for sure, Kenny. The deadline, they can't possibly. They haven't produced probably 1/10 of the amount of remote IDs they need for everybody to be compliant by the 16th. So yeah, it's not going to happen. You know, they're going to have to push it back because there's no way everybody could be compliant by then. They just didn't make enough yet. You know, so yeah, yeah, exactly. They don't know what the right hand from their left nut for sure. Yeah, it's just a total fucking clusterfuck, money grab. You know, register so they know who you are and where to come find you. Crap. It's just a bunch of crap. Um, so yeah, yeah, I'll be looking for that, Tug. I wanna see your crash damage. Well, apparently, from what I understand, Kenny, is that the feds have authorized the police to enforce it. I don't know how that works, but that's my understanding. So, yeah, the police can, apparently enforce the federal law. I guess it's like speeding tickets. The speed limits are mandated by the feds, but the local police enforce it. So, right, exactly, John, and that's why they want you to sign up. Give them all your information and all that crap. Oh, I hope it was me and not the sailors. Oh my God! Don't tell me that sailors influence you to do anything. um, yeah, the PC flies great. The PC-21. It's not very fast, but it's got a 5-blade prop on it, so that's killing the speed right there. You want to go faster? Just put a 2-blade prop on it. It'll be much faster. Um, it's no slouch. It flies very good. It's very stable. It flies like a jet. It just point and shoot kind of flying. It's really predictable. Great flying airplane. Lands easy. Really nice lander. The landing gear is crap. No suspension whatsoever. So on grass, it just flops around. Kind of bad. It's not real great on the taxiing. I mean, take on the landing's not really a problem, but like if you want to taxi it back to the pits, it's kind of ridiculous. Um, but I'm sure you could, get landing gear off of maybe the the Avanti landing gear might fit on the PC-21. Maybe the Bayhawk possibly. There's a couple of options there to change out the gear for something with suspension. Um, so there's always that. But yeah, the fake gear that's on it, it's got plastic trailing arms on the mains that look like, it's got these big heavy duty trailing arms. It's all fake. It's just, cladding over wire. It doesn't do anything. And the front one's got what looks like that, the little stabilizer, the little, thing to keep it aligned, the wheel, and that's fake too. It's just plastic cladding, doesn't do anything. Oh, so you asked. Yeah, it's the Havoc. What's his name? Answered that question. Who was it? Where did I see that? Yeah, this is the Havoc that Horizon Hobby brought out for a very brief time and then took it away. Don't know why. It's a great looking jet. Of course, mine's the Wonder Woman event version. It's invisible. See, well, wait a minute. You can see the bottom of it. You just can't see the top of it. It's invisible. It's the invisible jet. So, but yeah, I like it. I think it's a pretty jet. I really like the look of it. It flew good. I've had one before. I got rid of it, but I got another one because I dumpster dove to get this one. I'm not too proud. So I got most of the plane out of the dumpster, and all I had to buy was a fuselage and a canopy. So got myself a replacement Havoc. So yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that. Good one, Jeff. Yeah, bring donuts to the field when the cops show up. Just give them a donut. Tell them, give them a donut. Tell them to have a nice day. That should work. Yeah, yeah, I think Jeff's onto something. I agree. Yeah, just do the donut thing. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Paul. That's a similar story when I was autocrossing my Impala SS. There was no class for a V8 rear-wheel drive car for that size car, so I had to race with the Camaros and the Mustangs because that was the only class that was V8 rear-wheel drive that they could stick me in. And I had a couple of very minor little mods on my car that about made no difference. But the joke was in the pits that they were going to protest me because I was beating some of the guys, and they were like, "Dude, that's the most embarrassing fucking thing you could do is protest a guy driving a fucking taxi cab that's faster than you." So yeah, so that's so no, I never got protested, no, because nobody had the balls to do it. I didn't win, but I was definitely a factor. I could run with them all. I mean, I was tenths of seconds off their time with this big land yacht. So everybody was impressed. I've got more standing ovations, for how quick that car would go through the course. So it was a lot of fun, and I put on a show. People really enjoyed it. So there's a couple videos on YouTube you can go look at. But yeah, it's so it's the same kind of thing. Who the fuck, is gonna bitch about a foam airplane? Like he said, yeah, I'm gonna be really proud that I, wrote up a couple guys for flying foam airplanes today. Yeah, what a collar that is. Yeah, let's get a medal for that one, right? Same thing. Yeah, let's protest the guy driving a taxi because he's faster than you. So yeah. Yeah, do you? Yeah, all the autocross I've done, Kenny, is SCCA. Went to Lincoln, Nebraska one year for the Nationals. Went to a couple of events in Georgia. We used to have the season opener was always down here in Florida in Fort Myers. So I used to go to that every year because it's close. So yeah, I haven't gone everywhere. I was never that serious. I just love doing it. It's a lot of fun. And to go there and be competitive. I was never going to win it, but I was never last either. Okay, so I was beating a good bit of the classes, my class cars and a lot of the other class cars that should have been faster than me. And because immediately, and there's a guy in my Impala group that's doing it in a station wagon, no less. A Caprice wagon with the Corvette motor in it, and he's out autocrossing it. So it's a lot of fun, and we get a lot of respect for it. People just, you just can't believe how fast that car is. So I was racing a guy. Now we had a course that they thought had made the course harder for us, but they really made it harder for themselves. They made the turns super tight. The cones are really tight. Well, we have horsepower to just stab the throttle and, drift the back end around a tight corner. They had to apex it perfect, or they didn't get it. They'd have to stop and back up, because that's how tight they made it. So we were having no trouble getting through the course, but they couldn't do it unless they hit it perfect. And they had to hit it perfect. So this one day we were racing, and one of the guys that raced with us, his name's Danny Shield, and he's a 7-time national champion, SCCA national champion. And he comes to our events all the time. And he was racing his Porsche Boxster S on this tight course in my Impala. And him and I swapped the lead. We were 4 seconds ahead of third place. But the two of us were swapping the lead all day long. And he couldn't believe it. He came over and told me, he says, if you beat me today, the Porsche Club's going to disown me. And I just laughed. So at the end of the day, he came over and he wanted to drive my car. And I said, sure, go ahead. So, so he took it for a ride around the course. And he come back, he says, oh my God, this thing turns. I said, yeah, I know. He says, can I go again? Yeah, go. So he had a ball with the car. He ended up buying one years later. He came across an Impala SS at an estate sale, and he got the bid and won it. So he calls me up. I just bought an Impala SS. I start laughing. I knew you'd come over to the dark side sooner or later, Danny. So yeah, it's a lot of fun to autocross that car. It's fast. It's got a lot of torque to get out of the corners quick. And it's a fun car to take to an autocross. So, when I first started doing it, because I did it for a lot of years, and when I would show up, they would just look at me and laugh like, what the hell are you doing here? After the first year or two, they started like, holy shit, this guy's back. Watch out for the Impala. So, yeah, I had quite a following. It was pretty funny. Yeah, Paul, as a matter of fact, I was talking to a guy today at the flying field who goes to Costa Rica all the time. And I went over and sat down with him and I said, Johnny, when are we moving to Costa Rica? Because I've really had fucking enough of this fucking country. Let's get the fuck out. And he just laughed. He says, I'm actually going to Costa Rica in a few weeks, he said, because he's got to go get some dental work done. So, I've had it too, Paul. I really have. I've just fucking had it. Yeah, no, it's an LT one, Fred and Victor. Yeah, not a 400 4-barrel. It's fuel injected. direct port fuel injected LT1 Corvette motor, 350. The official numbers are 260 horsepower and 330 foot-pounds of torque, but those numbers are not accurate. That's just what they published. It's a lot more than that. So, it gets that big tub of shit moving really fast. My car is run at the quarter mile 1190 at 113 miles an hour on nitrous, but still, the motor stock just added a 175 shot of nitrous and it put it right in the 11s. So it's a really fun car to have. Uh-oh, we got a SpaceX rocket going up in 12 minutes. Oh, I'm gonna have. Hey, I can broadcast it. I can put that on the screen over here, guys. Let me go get that. Hang on a minute here. Let me go get the SpaceX. Let me get that. Let's see here. Okay, I got it right here. Okay.
Before Jobber, it was Night Nights.
Oh, shut up. Frickin' ad. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do it. Hang on, I'm going to change it. I don't want to do it there. We're going to get ads there. I can do it on my other one and bypass ads. So let me do it there. Hold on. Let me yeah, right here. Okay, so let's do a refresh here. I don't want the fucking ads. Screw that shit. All right. Where's the live rocket launch? I think that's it right there. Yep. All right. Let me grab that. There we go. And then I have to do that. And then we can go here. And, nope, not there. Here. All right, we got to go off screen for a minute while I grab it here. So let me grab the window, go here. Here it is. And then I got to put it up one. There it is. All right, guys. There we are. There's the SpaceX. We can watch it live right here. What's the payload? Yeah, that's a good question. What is the payload? Yep. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. Everybody bitched about the OptiSpark, Kenny. I changed one on the side of the road in 23 minutes. Wild Bill, it's fast. Yeah, 12 seconds, quarter mile is way faster than all the muscle cars of the 60s. It's not fast compared to today's muscle cars that come out of the factory, but that's still pretty fast, especially for a car that weighs over 2 tons. So it's a lot of fun. If you get the chance to buy a station wagon, all the station wagons from '94 up have the LT1 in it. So grab a wagon or grab a taxi cab, ex-police car. They call it a 9C1. That's the police package. And all of those cars have the Corvette motor in it. So if you have the opportunity to grab one, get it. You'll really enjoy it, especially the wagon, because you can haul a lot of airplanes. You know, it's a 9-passenger wagon. And when you fold the seats down, you can pull full 4x8 sheets of plywood in the back of that thing and close the gate. So there's a lot of room in that car. So yeah, it's a cool car. My wagon's an Oldsmobile, so it doesn't have the LT1 in it because it's a 92. But same body and everything, just not the right motor. But that might change. I might put an LT1 in it. I'm thinking about it. Satellite going up, yeah. Interlink satellite, okay. Yeah, JCB. Yeah, Musk could have solved our remote ID a year ago, probably more than that. Yeah. Oh well, we can fix that, Victor. Hang on. Yeah, I'm accommodating. I can do whatever the hell you guys want. It's a simple fix to do this. Let me just do that. And oops. And then all I got to do is do this. And there you go. No more Kenny. Enjoy. Yeah, that was simple. What are you? Aren't those Torx bit sockets you're talking about, Kenny? You don't need those on an OptiSpark. You know, it's all regular sockets. A couple of little ones, but it's all just regular sockets. Oh yeah, that one had the LT1 in it, Paul. Yep, it's pretty fast. Planting tulips, oh yeah. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I'll take it. You know, the distributor cap was held in with a deep. Well, no, it wasn't. I didn't have any special tools to take them apart. I got a dozen of them over here. I take them bitches apart all the time. I've probably changed because I changed everybody in my club. You know, I've probably changed 50 of them easy. You know, I've done so many of them, it's ridiculous. Yeah, regular sockets. I didn't have to use anything specific. You know, there's only 3 bolts that hold it on. Once you get the harmonic balancer off, there's only 3 bolts that hold the opti on. You just take it off. You know, I mean, like you said, once you've done it, it's pretty damn easy. The first time, yeah, everybody bitches because they're not used to it. They just don't know what the hell, you know, they're looking for. But once you've done it, it's not that bad. And they last 100,000 miles or more, usually. So, yeah, I don't know where Marshall is. I don't know. I better switch this back. I'm going to get demonetized. You know, I'll be in a shitload of trouble if I don't fix this. So let me fix it. Probably already screwed, but whatever. I shouldn't even be running it up in the TV, but I haven't gotten a message from them yet. But I'm sure it's coming. Somebody will turn me in. You know, that's how they find out. Somebody with sour grapes is gonna, you know, tell, you know, tell YouTube that I was broadcasting somebody else's channel without permission. Blah blah blah. You know, it's not like I'm doing anything. It's free to watch it. It's you know, what am I? How am I hurting it by broadcasting it? You know, here, but you know, those are the rules. You're not allowed to do it. So, whatever. No, that's not what I want. Hang on a minute. No, not yet. I got to move it down just a tiny bit. Yeah, it's still not right. Hang on. I got to make it just a squeak bigger. I'll leave it there. That's close enough. All right. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's a 13.2 in luxury, Fred. No doubt about it. You know that. Listen, my buddy had a 10-second CTS. He had a CTS-V that came from the dealer with the what the hell's the name of that performance company? They put a blower on it at the dealership. Hennessy, I think. So it had a Hennessy blower on it right from the showroom. It was all under warranty, you know, factory warranty and everything. And he had some special rear rims made for it, so they were wider. And yeah, he got it in the 10s. So that was pretty cool. They finally just told me he couldn't run anymore because he wouldn't put a cage in it. You know, and at that speed you have to have a roll cage, and he refused to do it. So I showed up one day with a roll cage in mind, and it was made out of pool noodles and coat hanger, but it looked real. You know, everybody said, "Oh my God, you put a cage in your car?" And I said, "Yeah." They're like, "What's the joke?" I said, "Go grab a hold of it." So they grab a hold of it. It's as flimsy as shit. They're just laughing. They go, "Oh my God, that looks real as shit. What the hell?" I know, it's pretty funny. So I told Chet, I said, "Man, just put a fucking fake cage in it like I did. What the fuck? They're not gonna check it. You know, not for time, you know, test and tune night. They ain't gonna check it." So, but he wouldn't do it. But I did it just to show him that it could be done. It was hilarious. I had two of them going down the back window, you know, and I had a coat hanger in it to keep it from just, you know, bowing. And then I bent the coat hanger to make the wraparound barb around the back of the seat and everything. I made it look just like a real one, but it was just fucking pool noodles. It was fucking hilarious. You know, everybody cracked up on that one. Yeah, that's what I'm doing too, Victor. I'm watching it on my big screen here. Well, it's, you know, it's a big screen for the tent. I think it's a 34-inch screen. I think about that, 34, 38, something around there. I think that's my big screen in the tent. So, oh, I doubt I could have seen it from here. You need an absolutely clear. Let me go look real quick. I don't know. Let me go see if it's out there.
back engine as it came to us about 2 minutes, 56 seconds into flight. Falcon 9 first stage on the left-hand side of your screen there. The hypersonic bridge fins deploying. Taking a look back at our tracking camera, it was clear night. You see a great view. Right now you're taking a look at the second stage of the Falcon 9 there. Taking a look up. Full separation, you see Starlink ETV satellites now for the first time. But we exposed to that space. 3 minutes, 32 seconds of the flight. Still getting some great views from our Falcon 9 right here. Dedicated at the time for you once again. That first stage will be going to start T-minus 6 minutes, T plus 6 minutes per second. Right now, as we're live, you're seeing in the center of the screen, that is still a clear shot of that northern vacuum engine continuing on going. The benefits of watching on a clear night, still see in-depth that northern vacuum about 4 minutes, 24 seconds. Falcon 9 first stage, continuing to accelerate, travel at a speed of 6,100 kilometers per hour. Now reached its highest point, starting to arc down, make its way back down to Earth. Again, we'll start the entry burn in just about 1 minute 50 seconds from now. Plus 6 minutes, 4 seconds. Quick fan please. You can still see the total vacuum engine there on our tracking cameras. Down in the center of the screen on the right hand side. This onboard view from the second stage on the right hand side of your screen. That northern vacuum engine continuing to burn. On the left hand side of your screen, the Falcon 9 first stage, tail number 1073, making its way back down towards its own ship, just through the reference station after abandonation. Again, this booster is making its turn left. You see that entry burn beginning now. Again, last about 26 seconds.
All right, I'm back. Man, lots of weather to the east. There's all kinds of cloud cover. I would have never seen it. Too bad it's not over the Gulf because it's clear skies west of me. But the east is all covered in cloud cover, so I wouldn't have been able to see it anyway. So no big deal there. I grabbed a soda on the way by. I was walking right past my truck. I might as well grab a soda. So what happened to the rocket launch? It's still on. It's whatever they're broadcasting. I don't know. I mean, it's gone. The rocket's up. So this is just what NASA's broadcasting now. So let me get rid of that now. There's nothing to watch there. We'll put the MB339 back up so I don't get in too much trouble. Yeah, I don't want to get in too much trouble. No, you gotta put it. behind this. Let me put it there. Right. So now.
2 plus 8 minutes.
Yeah. Now it's right. Okay.
Sonic, as we're approaching the start of the
All right. So we'll put that back up.
right now, space
Oh, that doesn't look right. What the hell's wrong with that now? What's behind there? No, 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 no. Oh, the rocket thing is behind it. Okay.
And a little bit of moisture on the drone ship's camera there, but you can see the landing of that Falcon 9 first stage, cell number 1073. Now we're turning down to the drone ship. And back down.
I don't know what's going on there. Something was wrong. Oh, that's the airplane, the rudder. I was wondering what the hell that was. Yeah, that's the rudder. Okay. That invisible screen shit's funny. All right, so that's what I missed. Let's see here. Yeah, Roy's right. Yeah, nowadays 500 horsepower is nothing. You know, it's you know, especially the shit that Dodge is putting out. Jesus, you know.
As the second stage continues on toward the deployment of the Starlink satellites in an hour, 14 minutes from now.
Yeah, that's the best thing about the Impala SS, man. That thing will launch so fucking hard. It just shits and gets, man. There's no, if you know how to do it, it won't even spin the tire. Well, if you got good tires on it. I run drag slicks when regular Hoosier slicks, ET streets when I drag race it, and I've got autocross tires when I road race it. But yeah, that car will fucking launch. So yeah, that's not a problem for that car. It's just chassis set up to launch. Man, it does a great job. Yeah, thank you, Fred. Yeah, guys, don't forget to hit that like button. It's free. Yeah, I'm wearing my gay pride t-shirt. Yes, I am. Yeah, what can I say? I'm out of the closet. Yeah, what can I say? You know, I've been hiding it long enough. What the hell? Yeah. Thanks, Michael Bear. I knew you had my back. What a buddy. Yeah. No, it's a Dr. Pepper Zero. That's what I'm drinking. Dr. Pepper Zero. Tastes just like regular Dr. Pepper. You know, so does the diet Dr. Pepper. Tastes like regular Dr. Pepper. So, and it won't rot my teeth. No sugar. So. Okay, what did remote ID update? Oh, here we go. Michael Bird found a remote ID update. Holy shit, already? All right, let's open that up and see what's going on. Oh, it's a YouTube video.
All unnamed aircraft, RC aircraft, fixed-wing submarines, flying in the States, recreational flyers, truly independent or over, about the war, warranties, comments, broadcast, information about the film, flight path, takeoff information, speed altitude, and so forth. There are three areas of remote ID viewing. Standard remote ID taking actually used by the radio by the phone. Pull back at 17.2. You can build your own model, or an R. It doesn't have a remote ID installed. You have to put on a remote module. And then the third area is like that. Those are areas that may very well be this video on social media. You can fly it out of free up. Now, the issue that is getting pretty quite excited with Philippines is we are 2 weeks out from this safety target for remote ID. If you don't have a remote ID, you can set that anywhere you are, you can have stamps must be approved. Let's talk about Korea for example. Part of the whole discussion.
Okay, so I don't know what the update is, but they're not extending the date yet. So that's what we really wanted to know. So, hell yeah, I'm always happy. I mean, I put on a great show, right? I mean, you know, if you guys only knew what the fuck I'm going through in my life, you know, you'd be wondering why the hell I hadn't already shot myself. But I put on a good act, though, so everybody thinks I'm happy. I make myself happy. Even with all the turmoil, I just have to keep a positive attitude, but I'm not always that way. Trust me. Ask Deb, she'll tell you. I get moods that you don't want to even be around me. Yeah, it's you know, just nothing goes right. I mean, I'm just like, so. No, I guess we're talking about a football game now. Bud Light makes your pecker fall off? That's funny. I didn't hear that one. Hey, there you go. Can I be that person? Do I have to do it live while you're shooting? Now, let me rephrase that. Can I do it while you're shooting, please? Yeah. Yeah, my hand can make me happy. Victor, you've got something way better than that to make you happy. Shut the fuck up. My choice? Okay, sounds good. Thanks, John. Let's see, what else? Who wants to see an airplane? Since this one's invisible, nobody's really seeing this one. So who wants to see an airplane? Oh, God. Paul put up an Instagram that I probably won't be able to open. Let me look. Oh, God. What the hell? Oh, God. Really? Come on. What is this, a ShamWow commercial? And it's trying to mop up something that we're not going to talk about. Oh, that is sick. Thanks, Paul. Thanks a lot. We really needed that. Thanks. Oh, my God. You're sick. You're just fucking sick. You know that? That's what friends are for. Yeah, exactly. Are there any good deals out there right now? Yeah, FMS has got some stuff on sale. The Spitfire that I just did is still on sale, and that's a great deal. That's $90 off, guys, for a 1450 airplane. Plug and play, good quality, beautiful airplane. It was $379. It's now $289. So great airplane. I bought 2 of them, and they're still on sale. I might just buy another one. I like it that much. So yeah, it's a good airplane. If you like Spitfires, it's a pretty good one. Yeah, too jizzy. No, it's not an FMS plane, the one I'm talking about. But FMS has the well, they got a bunch of stuff on sale. They've had better sales, so I don't know. Oh, the Paul, you would like this. Yeah, I can put a link up. I'll put that up first. Hang on a second. I'm going to put a link up for Paul because this is the one he wants. He'll love this. All right, so I'm going to put a couple links up here. First one is a plane that's on sale. That Paul, you'll love this one. All right, so here's the first link. Paul, you want to click on this one. You'll love that. I just made mine today. It's freaking awesome. It flies great. I love it. I put a 850, 2-cell 850 in it. And what a hoot. Just a great little airplane. And it... in the picture, it shows it with a black cowl, but the cowl's actually green. It matches the airplane. It's not black. It's green, and it looks great. Flies great. A lot of fun. It's another UMX, turbo timber. It's just really, really fun to fly. Super good airplane, and it's 10 times stronger than the UMX. I mean, seriously, it's pretty damn tough. It really is. So that's one of the ones that's on sale. And I bought it. I bought another one. The second one's coming Tuesday. I'll have another one. So before I even flew it, I bought another one. I thought, that's a great little airplane. Goddamn, I'm buying another one. So I had to buy props to fix the ones that Air Marshal broke. So I put them in the cart. I needed free shipping, so I bought another airplane, to get the free shipping. But what a great little, that's a great little airplane, Paul. Get it. You'll love it. It's great. Super fun to fly. Really, really, it's not near as delicate as the E-Flite stuff. It really is substantial. Even though it weighs nothing, it's really well built. So that's one. That's really good. That's a good one. So I've got one and got one coming, so I'll have 2 of those. And it looks great with the green cowl. I don't know why they show it with a black cowl. It doesn't have a black cowl. It's painted green. Here's the other one. It's a super great. This is a really good deal. Let me find it. Yeah. So let me put this up. All right. Here's the next one. So check out that link. It's out of the box. Is it fast? No, Paul. It's not that fast. But I'm sure you can make it that fast. Just take the motor out of your MX and throw it in this thing. You know, it wouldn't take. You know, I got to just make it a 3-cell. I don't have a 3-cell small enough to fit in that thing. Well, you know, I didn't really try that. I wonder if that little 850. Well, that's a 2-cell. Oh, yeah, I do have an 853 cell. God, I didn't try that. I'll have to try that. I forgot about that battery. The one I use in my F22. I have a UMX F22 that's 3-cell, and I got this tiny little 3-cell pack that's perfect for that, and I didn't think about that. I don't even know where that battery is. I hope it's in the plane, because if it's not, I don't know where the hell it's at. I'll have to find that. But that would make it fast, I'm sure. That's right. When I order an airplane, they pay me. That's right. So the Spitfire, I bought 2 of them. I changed the cowl. Here's the cowl on it. It's wrong, but it's not a big deal to fix. I did a video on how to fix it. You can go watch it. But I filled this up with Gorilla Glue, and you know, my Gorilla Glue water thing, it foamed up. And then shave it off, and then I cut this damn scoop off and just molded it to a nice rounded bottom, and it came out beautiful. I love it. Looks really good. Now this one I'm going to do different. I'm going to cut the scoop off, but I'm going to move it back and re-angle it to the correct angle and taper it right down, because it's supposed to stop at the wing. Not, you know, this thing's over an inch tall when it hits the wing, and then there's this other piece that goes on the back side, and that's not the way the real plane is at all. So I don't know what the hell they were thinking with this, but it looks terrible. So I'm going to fix that. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so then this piece that's not on the real one at all, there is no piece on the wing. It terminates at the wing, at the beginning leading edge. But they put this stupid thing on here. So now this is the front of the airplane, and then it goes onto the wing, and you know, this is all wrong. It's just totally wrong. So I'm going to fix that. I think I'm going to put the scoop back on it on the second one, and I'm going to leave. I think for now I'm going to leave it to tan and brown, but I changed mine to green and brown, and it looks really good. I really like it. It's pretty. Yeah, well, Anthony, you know what though? I put invasion stripes on the bottom of mine. It looks great. You know, I'll go get it in a minute here. I'll bring it in and show you. Yeah, I put invasion stripes on mine, and I painted the top green instead of tan. Left the brown. Put all the decals on it, and it came out great. It looks great. You know, I really like it. So I'll go get that in a minute and show you. But yeah, that's a great deal. It's $90 off. You know. And free shipping. So if you're a Spitfire guy, you can easily make this, you know, with this stupid scoop gone. It looks great, and you'll see it in a minute. I'll show you. But yeah, this is it's a really good deal, and it's a great flying airplane. Really great flyer. A lot of detail. It actually has, first plane I've ever bought that actually is split flaps. And it has flap indicators that open up like the real plane when the flaps go down. So that the pilot can look out on the wing and see that his flaps are down or not by whether the indicator is up or not. And this has those indicators, which I think is really cool. So just a great airplane, great flyer, looks great, flies great. I really happy with it. I'm really glad I bought them. I'm seriously thinking about buying another one. You know, it's just that nice of an airplane. It really is. I can't say anything bad about it. It flies great. It looks great. The scoop sucked, but I fixed that. It's easy fix. And other than that, it really looks great. So, Michael Bear, you out of here? What's up? Where are you going? What, are the cops there? What the fuck? What's going on? Yeah, Anthony, I looked at this plane for years, and I wanted it. I wanted the green one, for years, and I just didn't think it was worth, the $379. I thought that was too much. I didn't want to buy it at that price. So now they lowered the tan one. They got rid of all the green ones. So I don't know if they ever even put those on sale, but they put the tan one on sale because nobody wants it. And at $289, I think it was a great deal. So I bought it. Bought 2 of them. I think I'm going to buy a 3rd. And I'm going to move the Havoc. I'm going to bring the tan one in first to show you what it starts life as. And then I'm going to bring the green one, my revised version. And you can compare the difference. So everybody hang tight for a minute. Let me get the Havoc out of here, and I'll go bring the brown one over and show you that. The brown and tan. It's really a pain in the butt to get these planes in and out of the tent. I tell you, it ain't easy. The tent door just ain't that big. What the hell? Who the hell's pinning me that hard? Wow. Okay, so here's the tan and brown. This is the way it comes when you order it. This is how it comes. All right. So and I'm going to have to turn the green screen off because when I bring the green one in, you ain't going to be able to see it. So let's do that first. Let me go here and let me go here. And then I have to go here and filters, chroma key off. Okay. All right. So now my background's going to look like shit. It's all an illusion, guys. It's all smoke and mirrors. There's nothing going on, nothing real here. So now I'm in the tent with the green screen behind me. There it is. But now you can see, because when I bring the green one in, you ain't going to be able to tell what I did because it'll be invisible like the Havoc was. So this is what it looks like. Yeah, it's tan and brown. I hated the tan, so I painted all the tan areas green. Okay? And here's the bottom of the So the bottom of the plane is there, but the relief is here where this scoop goes. So when this is on there, and I'll show you why I don't like this, because the scoop, when it's on the real one, okay, it should not be this close to the propeller, and it shouldn't be pointed up. It's supposed to be back and level about here, but it's supposed to be, maybe about right here, and it should be straight in line with the plane in level flight. And it has to be really short. I mean, it's not big and bulky like this. It's paper thin. It goes right into the wing root. So if I glue this one back on and move it where I want it, it's going to take a lot of work. But I'm going to do it because I'm not going to put it on like this. I hate this. That scoop pointed up like that is completely wrong. That's not the way it looks. So, but anyway, that's what I did to modify mine. And when I go get the other one, you'll see what I'm talking about. So a couple other things about this plane, guys, that is really cool. So it comes with a windshield that's not installed. So when you look at the front of this plane, the front of the canopy here, the windscreen, there's no screen. It's open. There's a hole here. So if you put a camera in it, your camera's not shooting through the lens of the plexiglass plastic window. It's just the lens of the camera shooting through, open air. So you don't have that milky, crappy, you'll have a nice clear picture looking straight out the front of the plane. And it comes with the pan and tilt mechanism and a movable control stick. Okay, it's part of the package. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It comes with the plane, guys. So, you can't, I mean, for the price, you can't beat this. All right, so there's quite a few parts to this. I'll try to show you all of them. But, so this is the pan and tilt servo mechanism right here. Okay, so the one servo tilts the camera this way, and the other one rotates it this way. So you've got a rotating servo on the bottom and a pan and tilt, a tilt on the top. So the camera will tilt while this is rolling, so you can tilt down and up and all that. This comes with the plane. It's no extra charge. Now here's the flight controller, the joystick, and it's got a servo on it, so it moves back and forth with the ailerons. So you've got a live control stick in the airplane that if you put a G.I. Joe doll or something and glue their hand to the stick or strap it somehow, their arm will move back and forth as you're banking the airplane left and right. Another cute feature. Comes with the plane, no extra charge. Okay? And then there's a box. Here it is. This little foam box is what you mount it on to put it in the airplane. So they give you this green foam box, and I assume that this wire goes down through the box like this. I haven't tested this yet. This is the first time I'm playing with this. But if you put this wire down through here, like that, okay, so that'll put this servo on the bottom into this foam mount. Okay, just like that. Okay. So now, and this mounts in the airplane, and the pan servo is mounted down inside this foam now, and the tilt servo's on top. And then this other servo, I think goes maybe, does that go here? I think, yeah, I think it goes right here. Well, maybe not. Oh, maybe it goes this way. Yeah, I bet that's how it goes. Well, but it's got to flip over. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that goes, but probably, yeah, maybe it goes like that. So I'm going to change cameras, get you close to show you what I'm talking about. So this is what you get. And this is all included in the kit, guys. So you got 3 servos here. There's a servo mounted here on the bottom of this control arm that makes the controller go back and forth with the ailerons. The servo on the bottom is mounted in the block. Let me get that wire out of the way. Okay. So there's a servo here. I'll turn around. So there's a servo here mounted down inside this foam here. That's your pan. And then this one on top is your tilt. And there's a little plate right here you mount your camera to, so it'll tilt. So all this comes with the plane. So that's really cool. You know, just comes with it. It's part of the plane. And if you're not going to use the camera in it, then there's a windscreen that's in this bag here. That's your windscreen. And then there's some other parts behind it here. But the windscreen, you just, you know, I just put mine on with a couple drops of foam tack so that if I want to take it off, it'll come right off. But that glues on and to cover the hole if you're not flying with the camera. So there's all that. So that's all pretty cool. There's nav lights on the wingtips. There's a beacon on the top here, right here. And then there's a beacon in the rudder, which I have the rudder right here. And there's a light right there in the back of the rudder. So you got 4 lights on it. You know, 2 wingtip nav lights, a white light on the top up here, and this white light on the back of the rudder. So it comes with all that. And like I think Anthony said, yeah, this is the baby blue bottom, which is sky blue, which is, you know, if they're flying high altitude, this is the color you want, because you know, you don't want to be seen. Now you see these servos here, but they get covered. There's a plate that covers this and this. Okay, there's little, and they're already pre-painted. And once you get all the control horns are inside the wing. There's nothing hanging out of the wing. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man? Everything is flush with the bottom of the airplane. There's nothing hanging out of the bottom of the airplane. Nothing. Everything's controlled internally, like a real airplane. So there's no control horns hanging out of this. The bottom of the wing is smooth, perfectly smooth. So I think this might be the one that goes here. No, it goes there. Okay, wait a minute. Let me get the other one. So these plates go in place like this, okay, and it covers up, you know, disappears. When you put these on, it's gone. It completely hides all the servos and everything. Again, I foam packed mine on with a couple dabs, so if I need to get them off, I can. But so they come already painted, ready to go to cover up everything. So I mean, the bottom of this plane is smooth. That's why I'm leery about hanging this stuff off of it. I mean, it would look good for sure. You know, to put these on. This is the scoop that goes on this side. Okay, it's a big, thick. You know, I mean, it's massive. You know, so if I had to make a wheels up landing, that's going to get ripped off the bottom of the wing. Okay, because it hangs down quite a bit. And then on the other wing is this one. This thing goes over here on this wing. This little round looking, and that goes over here like this. Okay, again, it's hanging down off the wing, so that's going to get ripped off. So if I have to do a wheels up landing, this stuff's going to get ripped off and probably do a lot of damage to the airplane. So the cockpit opens. You can slide the canopy back, and then once you do that, which sometimes is tricky, I'm not going to lie, it doesn't just slide back. You got to kind of play with it. You know, it's a little bit of a fight to get it back. So I don't open mine very much, but if you want to do something scale with it, you know, what you do is you slide this back. Almost there. Come on, a little farther. There we go. Okay, and then the side door opens. You see the door here on the side of the airplane here, where the pilot would get in? Okay, so this opens, just like the real plane. So you can open that up. If you want to display your G.I. Joe climbing into the plane, you know, whatever, if you're into that. you know, you can open the door, slide the canopy back, and all that, right? And then you close the door, and then you slide the canopy closed. So another feature, if you're into that. I'm just showing you guys, if you do buy it, what you're going to get. These are all the perks that come with the airplane. You know, the pan and tilt camera mechanism, the fact that the canopy opens and the door opens, and you know all that is all just kind of, you know, little extra, you know, perk that comes with the airplane. And if you get it, it actually snugs up tight when you get it on the right way. You gotta play with it a little bit. It's not a simple slide back and forth kind of thing. You gotta mess with it. But once you get it, it's really cool. I mean, it locks up tight, and it looks really good. So, and the more I'm playing with it, the easier it is to move it. So it's just probably just paint in the runner. You know, you got to kind of massage the paint out of the runner. But there. So and then it literally locks into the windshield. You know, there's this little tiny bevel, and the two have the bevels, and then when the two bevels come together, they click in place, and then that thing's solid, locked in. So it won't come off or in flight unless you're Pilot Ryan. Apparently he lost his in flight. I don't know why. He either didn't have it closed or he didn't put the windscreen in it. I don't know. I don't know what he did, but he said his blew off. I haven't had any problem with it, but he did. So that's the plain all the little nuances that come with this airplane. Okay? I did not care for the tan, the desert scheme. So everywhere you see this tan, I painted it green. So I left the brown, I painted it green. So let me go get you the finished product now. I'm going to go back to the green screens because when I bring it in, you ain't going to be able to see it. If I have the green screen, I'll be invisible like the Havoc was. So I'm gonna leave this in here though. I'm gonna set this on the floor right here. Leave it in here for a comparison. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. You'll probably be able to see part of it. Yeah, you'll be able to see some. I can get this off the table. Let me move this. That'll help. All right, let me go get the green one, and I'll bring that in and show you what I did. Yeah, I need my keys. All right, be right back. So I'll show you the bottom first. So this is the bottom now with the invasion stripes on it. Okay, so now it's not just plain light blue. We got the invasion stripes on it. Those came out really good. I really like that. I did not make my invasion stripes go all the way around the airplane. I don't like it on the top. I only like it on the bottom, so that's what I did. And they came out really good. They look good. And then this is the top of the airplane. Now in the green and brown. Okay, and the green I picked is not correct for most camo screens, but the reason I picked this is A, it's brighter, easier to see in the air, but two, it's really, when you look at grass that the sun is on, especially if it's backlit and it's actually illuminating the grass, it's a brighter green like this. So this plane, when you sit it in the grass, disappears. You know, a dark green one, you can see it, and it's darker than the grass. It's way darker than the grass, so it sticks out like a sore thumb. This one just about disappears in the grass because the green is about grass color. So, and I've got my decals on the, oh, I did the, I painted the yellow on the front here, and then I put the two red dots on it, just like they have in the, you know, the other ones. So I painted those on, and then I had to paint the cowl and the windscreen and everything green to match, all that. And then the decals in the back here are, you know, these all came out really nice, and the one on the rudder. And then last but not least is this is the modified scoopless front end, what it looks like without the scoop, because I cut the scoop off, reformed that. And I did a video on it, guys. If you really want to see this, how I did it, I did a whole video on exactly step by step how I did it. I show you exactly. I show you. You can watch the Gorilla Glues grow and everything. I mean, so I documented the whole thing how I did this. So if you want to watch that, you can see exactly how I changed, you know, this crappy thing into this. So. But, yeah, and I'm not 100% done. I still have to put the guns on it. There's very little left to do. There's some more wet sanding I got to do to polish it up a little bit. And at that time, it's kind of weathering it, which I really like. The weathering's coming out really good. It's not weathering like the dark streaky kind of stuff that makes it look like you got leaks everywhere and shit. This is just like wear weathering, like the paint got worn off in this one little spot, like on the edge of a panel, or the rivet heads, or the bolt heads, anything that's like bolts on it, you know, like the gas tank service panels on the wing and shit. When I wet sanded the paint smooth, you know, it took that paint off and left that tan behind, so it just looks like, you know, a weathered, where the paint kind of got, you know, put off, and it's really coming out really good. So I'm really happy with how that's turning out. But I really like this. I think it came out good. And you know, if they'd offered this, I would have bought it. You know, but you know, I had to buy the tan one and then turn it into this. And I'm pretty happy with it. I really like it. I think it looks really good. And I'm not even 100% done, but pretty much. I mean, it's done enough to fly it. There's a few more things I want to do to it, but you know, in general, you know, we're done. It's you know, there's some little tiny decals you can put on it that, you know, tell you, you know, like this is the service door and this is the no step and oil goes here, and you know, all kinds of silly little print that go all, and there's like 50 of them that go all over the airplane. So if I put all those on there, it'll have a lot of detail. So, and I probably will. I'll probably put them on. Thank God they give you a map. If you go to the manual online, you can see the map and see where everything goes. But so yeah, I'm really happy with it, guys. I think it came out really good. I'm really happy with it. I like it so much more than the tan. But I might, you know, I might keep the tan just so I have one of each, you know. But again, at that price, I might buy another one. It's a really nice airplane for that price. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, I agree. And Eric, yep, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. You know, and that's coming from a painter. So, You know, this guy knows how to paint, and so if you get a thumbs up from EQ, you're doing all right. So yeah, the decals were a pain in the ass to put on. I'm not going to lie. Oh my God, so the way they do it, for any of you that are not familiar with a lot of decaling, I've done several videos on how to put decals on. Make sure you get them on straight where you want them. There's a trick to it that I do that works really good. You know, you take the decal, okay, and you peel it back halfway, and you cut the backing paper, not the decal, but the backing paper in half, and then you put it back on, leaving about a 1/4 inch gap in the middle, okay. So now you can put it against the airplane, and you can move it all around, and you know, get it exactly even and straight and where you want it, and aligned with whatever you're trying to align it with or whatever. And when you get it in that spot, you just put your finger on that void in the decal, and you push the decal onto the airplane, you know, and now it's stuck, and it's stuck exactly where you want it, and it can't move. And then you fold one side over and you peel it off that way, and then you fold the other side over and you peel it off that way, and you have perfect decal every time. No air bubbles, because as you're rolling, you know, you roll it on as you're pushing the backing off of it, and you're pushing the air out of it as you go. So you never end up with an air bubble or anything. It comes out great. The bits of this one is it's got another clear piece on the top of it. And even though like the rondelles on the wing and everything don't need this, everything has it. And you have to peel that thick plastic top layer off of it so that you just leave the decal behind. You know, if you leave the cover decal on top of it, usually has air bubbles in it between the two layers, and it makes it super shiny, and it just doesn't look right, and it's super thick. That outer shell piece is way too thick. But what it's good for is like these two decals back here. So this all comes on one sheet. The E, you know, the E here, and then everything forward. And it keeps everything aligned because they're all individual decals. The Z, the X, and the E are all separate decals from the rondelle. And they're all lined up perfect for you on that sheet. And that's what that clear cover sheet is for, to keep them aligned till you get them on the airplane. And then once they're on the airplane, you push them down and everything, you peel that clear layer off, and it leaves you the flat, perfectly aligned decals left over. And then the same thing with this bureau number back here. Same thing. These are all individual letters that are perfectly aligned on that clear cover sheet. And after you've got it on the airplane, you pull that clear cover sheet off, and it leaves these behind. The problem is that they don't come off. You're going to have to fight with it to get them to release. They want to stick to the outer cover sheet, that clear plastic that's aligning everything. And this stuff doesn't want to come off. So you got to bend it over, and I was picking at it with a toothpick or an X-Acto knife. You got to be really careful you don't cut the decal, and get it, you know, you got to get it started. Get that thing to lift off and get it, you know, pushed down on the airplane. And then you want to pull that decal flat against the plane. Okay, you want that sharp edge so that the decal will roll off of it. If you're holding it off the airplane and pulling on it, you'll never get that decal off. It's going to stay. It's going to try to stay with the clear cover sheet. So you got to fold that cover sheet all the way over, flat against the airplane, and then draw it, and it'll fold that thing, you know, knife edge over, and the decal will 90% of the time come off much easier that way when you do it like that. So another tip how to get the decals on this. But it was a fight. I'm not going to lie. It was a fight. You know, that was probably one of the hardest things I had to do on this airplane, was get the decals on it. So all the main decals are on. I still have to do all the little tiny word things. And they have that same cover piece on them, and there's no reason for it. You know, these decals are not individual, tiny little individual letters. At least I don't believe they are. I think they're Christ, you'll never get them off if they are. Forget it. Just forget putting them on. But I think it's just one sheet that's flat. You know, the sheet that's really thin and the wording's printed on it is really, really flat. You know, it doesn't have any shine to it. And when you pull that outer shiny layer off of it, it's going to leave that decal behind that'll be flat. And then the words are going to just, you know, stand out really good. So, but that's what you get, guys. You know, I'm really happy with it. It's a really good flyer, and it's just got. And here are those flap indicators right here, right there on the wing is a little flap indicator. Oh, I know. Let me change the camera for a minute. It'll be invisible. Is the other one in brown? No, they're both in the green. Ah, damn it, you can't see it. But there's a little flapper door here, right there. And what it does is it opens sideways like this. So half flaps, it's about a 45. Full flaps, it's straight up and down. And that's how you know when you're sitting in the cockpit, because it's a split flap. Only the bottom half of the flap opens down here. The top doesn't move. So the way you tell if it's open or not is this little indicator. And this is the first model I've ever seen that had that on it. I've never seen a model that has a split flap that has an indicator on it. There might be some out there, but I've never seen it. This is the first one I've ever seen. So I thought that was a cool detail. I really liked that. I thought that was pretty damn cool that they put that indicator on it. So, so there you have it, guys. That's the review of this airplane. If you want to get one, $90 off right now. I think it's a screaming deal. $1,450, 6S. I just bought some 4,000 6S packs just specifically for this airplane. I flew it with a 5200 twice. And it flew fine, no problem. The first landing was great. The second landing, I hit a mound of dirt, a slight rise in the runway. And when I touched down, just before that mound, it was rolling, and then it hit the mound, and it flipped it over. You know, because the wheels couldn't roll up over the mound, so it just flipped the plane over. I think it might have been a little too nose heavy with that bigger battery in it. So I got a smaller battery for it to probably cure that problem. But overall, it really did. It flew great. It looks great in the air. Very happy with it. Easy on a battery. I think I got a 9 or 10 minute flight on a I flew it with I flew it with a 3300. I got 9 minutes with the 3300 pack. And that's when it landed perfect. It nosed over when I had the 5200 in it. So I think the 5200 was too big. But the 3300 and the 4000, I think they're going to do well on this plane. So good flight time. Just a great airplane, guys. So I really like it. Now, if you ask me any questions or anything, and it's got a lot of little details I didn't put on. This is a mirror. Okay. Hang on. So I'll switch over to show you this. So this is a rear view mirror. I don't put these kind of bits on because they just get knocked off. So it's actually a mirror. And it's rounded on the front side. And that goes right here in the top of the canopy. There's a hole right here. So right here in the top of the canopy behind the windscreen is a hole that you poke it through right there. So you got a little mirror that goes right there. And there's an antenna that goes behind it back here. Okay, there's a little flat spot here. This antenna goes down right there. Again, this kind of stuff, either two things. Either I break it off or I poke another airplane with it. If I'm putting an airplane in the rack and this is on the bottom and the airplane falls off the rack while I'm trying to get it in it, it just drives this right through the bottom of the airplane and makes a mess. So I generally don't put these on. Now, if I'm going to a show someplace where I want to display the airplane, I always have these with me, and I'll pop them on, but I won't glue them. I'll just stick them on. Everybody can see it, and then when it's time to fly the plane, I take them all back off. Because I don't like that kind of stuff. It's just, you know, I'm even hesitant to put the guns on it. Because these guns stick out so damn far. I know I'm going to step over the airplane, step on a gun, and break it off the airplane. I just know I'm going to do that. You know, because these things here, you know, they stick off the damn wing quite a bit. I mean, that's shit. That's 4 inches hanging out the front of the wing. You know, that's just Spitfire. That's what they do. But, you know, I know I'm going to step over the airplane and break this right off. It's inevitable. So, but, yeah, there's some other details, too. What else was missing? Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that goes on the bottom of the airplane. More of these little blue covers. There's one in here. And there's a here's the other gun. That one goes on this side. That one matches up with the brown, so that sits on and matches the color perfect. But I don't have to do anything with that one. I got to paint that one. And these, I already showed you these scoops. And what else? There's some other blue stuff that goes on it. More little gizmo gadgets, details you put on the damn. Oh, these scoops. Oh no, those don't go on this airplane. Those went on the. Yeah, these scoops went on. Were supposed to be on the F4F, and I didn't put them on because, again, I'm just going to knock them off. So I didn't put those on. You know, there's a lot of times I leave some of the detail off because it's going to be more trouble than it's worth. So anyway, all right. So if anybody's got questions that you asked me while I was doing all that talking, ask it again because I can't read the chat and talk to you. So anything that went rolling by, I'm not going to go look for it. Just ask it again. I'll try to answer any questions. Yeah, no problem, Paul. Just you know, the video's there. Just watch it again. I'm not going to go back, but you can always rewatch it. It's available. It's all out there on the tube now. So yeah, just rewatch it, or you can roll it back yourself. You know, you can back it up. So yeah. What are you saying, Fred? Probably the T-28 or the P-47. What are we talking about? I missed whatever. I'm not going to roll back. I said just screw up that. You know, like Eric always tells me, don't touch anything. I ain't going to touch it when I'm not rolling it back. Just ask it again or whatever. For it. Okay, so I don't know what for it asked, but Fred answered with the T-28 or the P-47. So, and he says thank you. So I guess that answered his question. So that's good. Yeah, you know the best thing about that, Paul, if it was under 250 grams, they got to come out with a new version of that's under 250 grams. So we can go fly it. We don't have to have any fucking thing. We don't have to have AMA. We don't have to have FAA. We don't have to have the trust test. We don't have to have remote ID. We don't need nothing. You can fly at 250 or less anywhere, you know, and they can't say shit. So I'd really like to get a turbo timber or something. Yeah, Roach, I'm sorry. I saw you ask. You said hi before. I missed it. I saw it, but I didn't respond. Yeah, Roach, what's up? Good to see you, buddy. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Anybody put a bigger motor on the Blue Tang? I don't know what the Blue Tang is. What's the Blue Tang? EQ, we have been in constant contact, shooting messages back and forth for 7 days now. But he still won't put my package together so I can buy it. And I don't know what's going on. He backed out of the C-17. He told me, listen, I put a lot of extra stuff in that plane and I really love it. I don't want to sell that one, so I'm not going to sell that one. So pick something else. So I picked the B-17. And he agreed to that on the price and everything. We got a total agreement. He was supposed to put a package together 2 days ago, and he didn't. Then he was going to put it again together last night, and he didn't. I haven't checked today. So, yeah, I really don't. I can't answer anything. I mean, our conversations are great. He seems like a super great guy. But his follow-through is terrible. You know, obviously, there's other things in his life that are way more important to him than selling airplanes on eBay. So this is a back burner, you know, when I get around to it kind of thing. So I'm patiently waiting. Yeah, he hasn't listed all of mine. He had the C-17 and the A1 Skyraider listed, but not the Focke-Wulf and not the B-17 yet, which is my new package. And yeah, and I haven't looked today. He maybe did it today. I don't know. I haven't looked. I've been too busy today, and you know, I haven't said I've lost total interest in it, but I'm starting to lose interest in even buying it. I think I'm going to go back to buying the F-100 from Flex, and he can keep his airplanes because I'm really getting tired of farting around with it. Yes, I said that, Michael. Yep, the blue Tang. You're talking about the Spitfire here. Yeah, it's still on sale, $90 off. You know, great deal, super great deal. So, yeah, for it, I'm going to second that. If I can only have one airplane, it would be the E-Flite Carbon ZT-28. Yep, for sure. I have two of them. I have the old one that's red and white. So does Fred. And I have the new yellow one. So does Fred. Fred and I are on the same page. And yeah, if I can only have one airplane, that's the one I'd have. Absolutely. It's the most fun. It covers so many categories. Giant scale, regular scale, warbird. You know, you can fly to any of those events. It covers all of them. Yeah, it flies so good. It's just a great, and it looks so good, especially the new one, because the new one has lights, and that just really made a difference. It looks so cool at dusk when the lights are on. It's really cool. So yeah, if there was any, no, Michael, I just looked a minute ago. It was $90 off still, and when I sent the link, it was still $90 off, not $10 off. You must be thinking of the one at Harbor Freight. No, you said the E-Flite T-28, Fred. I'm sitting here reading it. It's that's what you typed. His question was if you could only have one airplane. Are you talking about Michael? Yeah, this plane's $90 off, not $10 off. The Dory plane? What's the Dory plane? Let me go look. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me look. I know what the Dory plane is. I didn't see it at Hobby King. Maybe I missed it. Let me look. They have a smaller Spitfire on sale. It's $20 off, not $90, but it's a 1100 Spitfire that's in the green that closely matches mine, and it has the lights on it. I think it only has the left and right. Oh no, I think it's got 3 lights, 2 nav lights, and the one on the beacon on the top. I don't think it has one on the rudder. But that's on sale, $20 off. So that one's $214. That's on sale. This one's still on sale for $90 off. The little puddle jumper mini Tundra, the micro Tundra, that's still on sale. That's still on sale, $12.96 off. I'm looking for the Donier. I don't see that. Oh, the B-17's on sale too. That one's $37.50 off, and they have it. It's in stock. $337 now for the B-17, 1875 millimeter. That's pretty damn big. Yeah, it's on sale for $337 right now. $337.49. So that's on sale. That's a good deal. Unless you're talking about the Donier on Motion, which I don't go to Motion, so I couldn't answer that. I rarely go to Motion. Let me look at page 2, but I don't see a Dory. Oh, the Dory. Are you talking about the fish Dory? Is that what you're talking about? Fuck. Yeah, all right. They do call that the blue Tang. All right, now I get it. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it's only $8 off though, Michael. What are you reading? Where do you come up with this shit? It's only $8 off, but it's still only $20 for the blue Tang. Dory the flying fish. I almost ordered that. I think that's cute. I'm a big fan of Finding Nemo, and that's a cute little fish. I think that would be fun to fly that around. That'd be hilarious. So yeah, that's the blue Tang you guys are talking about. So all right, I get it now. You know, I didn't know it was called the Blue Tang. I call it Dory. Oh, well, you did call it Dory. I just didn't put it all together. You should have said the fish. If you'd have said the fish, I would have known what you were talking about. You didn't say the fish. I thought you were talking about the German plane. It's called something like a Dory, and you know, the longer nose, and then, you know, anyway, I'm confused. It doesn't take much, guys. I'm really easily confused. Stop fucking with me. Let's see, what else is on sale? There's a couple other planes on sale. So there's some deals out there, you know. But the Spitfire by far is the best. And $90 off is a screaming deal. And I think that's like 30%. You know, it's a hell of a deal. So if you're a Spitfire guy, I definitely suggest this one. You know, it's not hard. Just watch my video on how to take this damn scoop off. I did the whole thing in one video, and it shows everything. So, and it shows me cutting it off, and then every step of the way, what I'm doing with the foam and filling it and everything. So you can watch the whole thing to see how I did it. I think it was worth it. I think this looks much better than that. All right, let me get back to the chat. What am I missing here? Yeah. These are all well, they've all been on sale for a while, but they're continuing it on the Labor Day special. So, you found it for $10 off. It must be on a different page with the Labor Day. Let me try that. I didn't try that. Let me try that. They usually have a little banner thingy, you know, Labor Day special, and you'll click that. So let me see if they have that, because I didn't see that. And it's good to the 5th. I believe they're no. I take that back. That was Flex Innovations is good to the 5th. I don't know when Hobby Kings is good till. It might end tonight. I don't know. I'm not sure. I wouldn't hesitate if you want something here, guys. Just pull the trigger. Don't think about it. Just pull the trigger. You know, it's after midnight here, so it might already be gone. I don't know. You know. So I don't see a. All right, let me do this. Hang on. Let me go back here. Maybe there's a Labor Day link here that I can click. U.S. warehouse, EU warehouse, global warehouse, extra savings on all U.S. back orders. A stupid receiver, yeah. I don't see it, guys. Where the hell is the link for the Labor Day sale? I don't see a Labor Day sale. What the hell? Where am I? I'm missing it. Where does it say Labor Day sale? Yeah. All right. You got me. Yeah. You guys win. I can't. It's finding Waldo. I can't find Waldo. Where the fuck is Waldo? I don't see Waldo. I don't see a Labor Day sale. I don't know where the hell it is. I don't see it. You guys are screwing with me again. All right. Let me. I'll click on this extra savings thing and see where that takes me. Maybe that's what you guys are talking about. I don't know. I'm easily confused. I told you. Extra savings extended on all U.S. back orders. So, yeah. Oh, so now the Avios, the King Twins on sale, $40 off. But I don't think it's in the U.S. warehouse. So there's probably shipping in. Well, it says free shipping on eligible orders. Well, yeah, that's where they get you, because it'll turn out it's not eligible because it's in the global warehouse. They're going to charge you shipping. Maybe not. Put it in your cart and see what happens. But that's a good one. I have 2 of those also. It's a great airplane. I had to buy B-17 props though to fix Marshall's less than perfect landing. Yeah, there's page after page here. I'm not going to look for that. You know, maybe I can do this. How about that? Let's do Blue Tang. Let's look at, yeah, there's Blue Tang. Is it $10 off or is it still $8 off? Oh, now it's $10 off. Okay, so I found the link. I found your link, Mike. All right, so yeah, and now it's $10 off. There you go. All right, there you go. So yeah, if you look up Blue Tang in the, but it says U.S. back order sale. So I'm taking it that that's on back order, or you're going to have to buy it out of, well, no, it says U.S. warehouse. It says it's in stock now. You get the little shopping cart. That, guys, if you haven't figured that out yet, before you go to the page, just look for the right-hand lower corner. If there's a shopping cart there, then it's in stock, normally. Now, this said the shopping cart was there, but when you go to the page, it says back order. So you're not going to get your Blue Tang because it's in back order. Even though it had a shopping cart on the main page, here it says back order. So you can't buy it because it's not available. Maybe out of the global warehouse, but then you got to pay shipping. So, oh, well, that'll be cool, Eric. Yeah. You know what? It's an LX model. I know you know all about that stuff, but go watch Rich Baker's, RC Informer. He flew the shit out of that F4. He really did a nice job on his. He tells you exactly what to do to fix the little nuances that are wrong with that plane. And he flew the shit out of his. It flew great. So yeah, I would make sure you watch that video a couple of times, and I think you'll be happy with that. Yeah, Anthony, the King Twin's awesome. And I've had so many people, I've let so many people fly that airplane, and everybody loves it. It's a great airplane. Oh, so you've been watching? Good. Yeah. Sometimes you can find some good videos out there. Rich is pretty good. He does a pretty good job on modifying these things to make them better. So yeah, Lyndon, I'm sure somebody already said it, but yeah, this is the Spitfire. And hey, good to see you in the show, buddy. Yeah, this is my highly modified Spitfire. The tan one, it's the way it came, is laying against the wall in the back. So tan and brown, green and brown. So that's the difference. I repainted mine. You want only low wings. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, I disagree with the Aeroscout being the best trainer ever, but everybody has an opinion. What size motor's in the Spitfire? It's a shit. I don't remember. Hang on a minute. I'll look it up for you. I don't remember what size motor's in it. And the box lid was right there. I could read it, but now I moved it, so I can't. Now I gotta go look it up. No problem. It'll only take me a minute. Hang on. I'll find it. We'll find out. I forget what motor's in it. It's 6S. It's a 6S bird. It would easily fly on 4S, because you don't need all that. It's got plenty of power, so you could fly it on 4S and get away with it. You probably have to go full throttle, but it'll fly just fine. I fly at 6S at half throttle, 3/4 throttle. I never go full throttle. Don't need it. It's plenty fast. Where's the specification tab? No. Well, there's a motor tab. Let's go in the motor tab. Let's see what that says. So it's a 50-55 can, and it's a 380 kV, Lyndon. So 50-55, 380 kV. That's the motor. And it's an outrunner, brushless outrunner. So there you go. You want a warbird or just anything? You know, for it, what are you looking for? A warbird, or are you looking for a, you know, just anything? Warbird probably. Okay, so FMS makes a 1450 Corsair. Well, the Corsair I think is 1400, but we're, you know, and they make the Mustang, Red Tail Mustang, 1450. Both 4S, great flyers, both of them, excellent airplanes. I have 5 of that Mustang in different paint schemes. The only one that's available now, I believe, is the Red Tail. I don't think you can get into the other ones, but I have 5 of them in different paint schemes. Love that airplane. And the Corsair 1400 is a beautiful flyer also. I have both of those from FMS. What else in a 4S? They're both 4S birds. What else in a 4S? Low wing. 4S birds are kind of hard to find. Everything's pretty much gone 6S now. Well, yeah, I got to agree with Paul. You're not going to find a low-wing trainer that's going to be worth a shit, honestly. If you haven't flown, you're going to want to start out with something else. You know. The Apprentice is a great one. The Mini Apprentice, another great one. I think yeah, that's a great one, Roy. Good one. Yep. The P39 from Flght. I tell you what else is the ones from Arrows. The Bearcat, great flyer. Let's see, what other, the Mustang, there's a Mustang they have that's a great flyer, but they're not, none of these are trainers. I mean, you know, I wouldn't recommend any of these for training. You know, a lot of people like the Aero Scout. I don't think it's a particularly great trainer. I mean, it flies, but I would take the Apprentice, either one of the Apprentice over the Aero Scout. Oh, that's right, the Bearcat's discontinued. I forgot about that. Shit. Yeah. I don't know why they discontinued that. That was the best plane they had. I just can't figure that one out. I mean, that had to be the best seller they had out of all of them. That's a phenomenal airplane. I love that thing. All right, come on, guys. Put your thinking caps on. What else we got 4S? Low wing 4S. Just to give them ideas. I'm still not recommending it for a trainer for it, but, you know, just telling you what's available. Yeah, are those 4S birds? They're the 1200. I thought that was a 6S bird. Like the Sea Fury. Is that a 4S bird? Maybe it was just Matt put a 6S in his. I don't know. The P-47, yeah. That's true. Any of the T-28s are great, but you did it again, Eric. That's twice you typed 047. You're fat fingering the shit out of it, dude. Yeah, the T-28s are all great flyers. I don't care which one you buy. Yeah, I really don't have a great answer for you. If you're new, I want to tell you right now, if you start off with a low wing airplane like that, you're going to crash it. It's going to be over, and then you're going to be bummed. You know, it's the quickest way to get out of this hobby is to buy birds like jets and shit that you can't fly because you've never done it, and crash it. And then you're going to give up because it hurts. You know, I've been doing it for 50 years, and when I crash an airplane, it still hurts. So, yeah, you don't want to get in this hobby too fast just because it looks cool. If you want to buy it and hang it on the wall and inspire to get to that, that's great. But don't try to go out and fly it. You need you need the Aero Scout or an apprentice, mini apprentice. I believe that one from Aero's, the Tech, what is it called? The Techco high wing Cessna. I believe that's got a gyro in it, doesn't it? I think that'd be a good trainer. They list it as a trainer. You know, the PT-18 Cub from FMS is 4S, and it's got a gyro in it with safe, so that'd be a great trainer. That's a great flying airplane. It's 4S. It's big too. It's a big, big son of a gun. That's 4S. So that'd be an awesome plane to get. Now that it's got the gyro built into it, yeah, that'd make it, because it's got safe. You can switch it into safe. So yeah, a Husky, but that doesn't come with. I mean, it's a great flyer, but it doesn't come with safe or anything. You could put it in it, but it doesn't come with it. The PT-18 does. It comes with it, so you don't have to add anything. Just your receiver, you're ready to go. I wouldn't. You got to remember, even though it's got safe in it, it's going to fly great, but you got to land it. You remember, you got to land it, guys, and they're not all that easy to land, even with safe. That's the tricky part. Taking off, flying around, and safe, they all work. They're all fantastic. But once you got to put it back on the ground, that's when things change. So, yeah, that's where I disagree with you, Roy. The safe planes are not all great trainers. Not if you want successful landings. So, yeah, I think there's flying is fine. They all fly great. But when you got to land them, which you do, because that's mandatory. Taking off's optional. Landing is mandatory. So yeah, I don't. There's easier planes to land, and I'm trying to steer them toward stuff that's easy to land. Or if it lands hard, it can survive it. I believe. Yeah, well, the Tundra's 3S, but I think you can fly 4S in it. I was just going to say, also the Valiant is an awesome flying airplane. Great landing gear, very rugged because the plane's so damn light. And I think you can fly that on 4S. A smaller 4S, but I think you can fly it on 4S. So the Valiant's a great one too. It comes, you bind and fly. It comes with safe. So that'd be an awesome trainer. The Valiant, and it's a good looking airplane. And once you get past safe, it's a great plane to fly afterwards. I mean, that thing will fly inverted all day long. Great. So you could stunt the crap out of it. I even put Crow on mine to make it even more aerobatic. Or aerobatic? No, I think aerobatic. That's the word. So yeah, I have two Valiants. I love that airplane. The ones in the trailer flew it today. I really love the Valiant. It's a great airplane. I had to buy a second one before they went away. I was getting word they were going to go away, and it scared me, so I bought another one. Really, Paul? What would be hard about the Valiant? I mean, that's a great flying airplane. What would be terrible? I mean, the landing gear is so far forward, it's almost impossible to nose it over. I mean, I can't understand where people would have had a hard time with that. That's a great airplane. Yeah, Anthony, the Skytrainer is a great one. That's a good one. I have that one too. I have both versions of it. The small one from FMS and the big one from HSD, the 182. Yeah, that's a great little plane. You know, well, not that little. It's 1400, so it's a good size. Yeah, it's a good airplane. That'd be a great. It doesn't come with anything though. You know, safe wise, you're going to have to add your own receiver with safe in it, or a standalone gyro, one or the other, if you want that technology. Yeah, Paul, I really can't understand what kind of problem people would have had with the Valiant. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Viper 90. Michael, you don't even own a Viper 90, and you're telling people to buy one. What kind of advice is that? You won't land it. It's got retractable landing gear. You're going to rip it out of the airplane. What the hell? You know? You guys are hilarious. Yes, but I've done so many videos on how to land an airplane, Paul. Go watch one of them. Not that you don't know how to land an airplane, but I've done so many training videos on how to land airplanes. All kinds, you know. So, yeah, there's a shitload of videos out on how to land an airplane. Go watch one of them. It'll teach you how to land it. No problem. You know. But, yeah, I see what your point. You know, if you come in a little too hard, that landing gear will probably spring it back into the air. But pretty much any of them are going to do that if you land them hard. You know. I mean, go watch. You talk about the Aero Scout. Go watch David yourself land an Aero Scout. Doing, 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 doing. Yeah, so he's the perfect example of how hard it is to land an Aero Scout. Go watch David yourself's videos. Just watch the video when he came and flew with me here, and you know. Because he bounced it all over the runway, and then I landed it perfect. He goes, how come I can't land it like that? I don't know. Why can't you land it like that? Go watch my video. Yeah, there you go. Put bigger screws in it. That'll fix it. No, you know why it comes loose? Because you didn't balance the prop for it. That's why all airplanes come, you know, when their motors come loose, it's because you didn't balance the prop. I don't care who you're talking to or what you buy, you have to balance the prop. It's mandatory. If you don't, you're going to have problems. Motors are going to vibrate loose. Shit's going to fall off the airplane. You're going to have problems. You got to balance the prop. And I did videos on how to do that as well. And here's the prop balance you want right here. I just happen to have it on the table. You get this at Motion RC. It's the best prop balancer on the market by far. This baby will balance anything. So get this and then balance all your props. And you'll never have another motor come loose from the firewall if you balance the prop. I promise. I've never had a motor come loose. Never once. So, because I balance all my props. Before I ever fly the airplane, I balance the props. I've never had a motor come out of any of my airplanes. Even the ones that everybody said the motor's going to come out of them. Not once. You know, so... How do you balance a three-bladed prop? I did a video on it, but yeah, it's simple. You know, listen, I can show you that right now. Hang on a minute. Do I have a three-bladed prop I could just use? Otherwise, I'm going to assemble one because I've got it right here on the table. But I might have one. Hang on. Trying to think if I could get my hands on one out in the shop. No, I don't think I can. All right, well, we'll just put this one together. It doesn't take that long. You don't have a date, do you? You're not going anywhere. You got a hot date or anything? Because well, I'll put one together. What the hell? I got to do it anyway. So this is the Spitfire prop, this one. Same one it's on this airplane, right here. All right. Backing plate. And then the blades are down here in my plane stand, so. Okay, 3 individual blades. They have a flat side and a rounded side, okay? The rounded side goes down into this. The flat side has to be pointed up, okay? So you slide that into there, and you got to kind of work it around until you get it absolutely straight. Otherwise, the cap part, this piece, won't go on. So it has to fit into this. So you can test it by putting that on and see if it, hold it tight and then wiggle this back and forth until it sits tight, and then you got it. Go to the next one. Same thing. The roundy side down. Put this on. I don't even have to screw this together to balance it. I mean, to show you how to balance it. Okay, so wiggle that around. Okay, that's in tight. Okay. One more time. Pull this back off, which sticks on good once you've got the blades in there, it'll stay on. One more time. We'll put this on here. Okay. Put this on again. Okay, and wiggle this one. Push it. You got to squeeze this tight and then wiggle it back and forth until it doesn't wiggle anymore, and you got it. Okay, there it is. I don't even have to put screws in it. It'll balance just like this. All right. You take this little disc. This is magnets. There's really strong earth magnets in here, and these are points. And the points just stick to the magnet. Okay, so there's nothing. There's no rollers, no bearings, nothing. There's no drag, none, zero. It just spins with the little teeny points touching the magnets. That's it. So there's absolutely no drag, nothing to prevent it from absolutely balancing. All right, so you put this through the spinner, through the prop. Just like this. And I try to get it as centered as I can, just for weight and balance. Because if it's too far out of center, it might try to fall out of the balancer. So you tighten that up, and you put it in the spinner, in the balancer, and you let go of it, and watch what happens. I'll turn it this way. All right. So you see it rocking back and forth. It's subtle, but it's moving. Okay? So obviously this is the heaviest blade because it's down. Gravity's always on, guys. And this is the lightest blade. This one we have undetermined yet. We'll figure out what that one is. All right? So here's how you do it. And this is how I do it. There's other ways to do it. I'm not telling you one's better than the other than if you put tape or super glue on the blade, you're going to get turbulence off of it. It's an imperfection of that airfoil that the prop is. The prop is a wing. It's an airfoil. Any kind of disturbance over that airfoil will cause turbulence, vibration, sonic type vibration. You're going to get that noise like the baseball card and the spoke noise. Okay? So the best way to do it is with paint. It's not the fastest way to do it, but so this is the one we're going to paint because this one here, let me move it. This one here is the lightest one. All right, this is the lightest one because it's pointed up. So we're going to put a little weight on it. So I'm going to put a little coat of paint on this one. All right, and I always put it on the back side. I'm going to wipe it off, make sure there's no oil or anything on it. Okay, and then we're just going to spray a little bit of clear on it. Just like that. All right. Now that blade's going to go probably to the bottom because wet paint is heavy. So we'll see if we got enough there. Yep. See, here it goes. Now, this is the one I painted. All right. So it's going all the way down here. It's that heavy. Okay. So now this is going to be the lighter one. But now as this dries, it's going to go back to the top. It's going to do this bouncing around thing. But as the aerosols and the solvents evaporate, it's going to get lighter. Okay, so as it gets lighter, it's going to stand back up. So it's going to need another coat. All right, I'm going to slow the process down here. So as it's drying, it's going to keep going higher up. Remember, it was over here before. Okay, now it's over here. Okay, so now this blade's light. This is the heavy blade, obviously. And these two are pretty close to even now. So now I'm going to put paint on both of these. But we got to wait till this to dry. We can't do that yet because this is still drying. And obviously that's still the lightest blade, so we're going to need another coat of paint on that. But we've got to wait for it to dry. So while we're waiting for it to dry, we'll do a little more chatting here. But this is how you balance a 3 or 4 blade or 5 blade. I balanced the blade on my my PC-17 or the PC-21 as a 5-bladed prop. Balanced it the same way. Yeah, we're watching paint dry. That's a classic on Coat Hanger 51. So just keep that in mind, guys. We're definitely it's a staple here. Watching paint dry. Either paint or concrete. It's one or the other. So, guys, I got to tell you, Lewis. And you guys that don't know, I Can't Fly Snitches is Lewis, and this guy is an artist. He paints airplanes that are so cool looking. He redesigns them. He's making an F4 Fury right now that's coming out fantastic. He just brought an A4 that he bought 2 years ago to the field today. Somebody else had already painted it, and they did a great job. But Lewis finished it up. He put an entire interior in it with an ejection seat and knobs on the instrument panel and all kinds of crap. And it just looks badass. And then he also did some final work on the ordnance that are hanging under the wing. And what a great looking airplane. The guy that painted it before him did a good job too. I mean, he puts this like a desert camo scheme on it, browns and tans, and it looked really good. But Lewis just took it to the next level. It really is beautiful. And it's beautiful flying. Oh my God, that A4, when it comes by with all the ordnance hanging on it, it's, oh my God, what a beautiful airplane. That really looked good flying by. So, Ken, I would get this one, the one that's on sale right now at Hobby King. If you want a Spitfire, that's the one I'd get. Price-wise, $289. It's $14.50. It's a big bird, and it's beautiful. Even in the stock color, which is this one. This is the way it comes. All right. So this is the color, how it comes, and this is how I modified mine. So that's if you're looking for a Spitfire, this is the one I'd go with. So that's what it looks like. This is the brown and black, brown and tan, and I changed the tan to green. So this is the green and brown, and this is the tan and brown. Same airplane, I just repainted mine. So yeah, if you're looking for a Spitfire, I'd get this one. It's a good deal. It's on sale right now. It's a good flyer, good looking airplane. It's a good example of a Spitfire, I think. They did a nice job on it. They really did. I like it. Yeah, Roy agrees. He has one too, and he really likes it. So okay, so it looks like we're pretty much dry. Let me take a look here. Yeah, then he's a little dry a little bit longer, but yeah, it's found its happy place. So now it's not on and the reason that side makes a difference is because it's in coordinating with this blade. Okay, so before when it was over here, this blade and this blade were the heavy blades, and it pulled it this way. Now that one's heavier, and this is still the heavy one. It pulled it that way. So you got to kind of, that's the trick here. So you want to, the blades on top are where you want to add the paint. Okay, so I'm going to add more paint here because it's lighter than this one, but I'm going to add paint to this one too. So I'll put a light coat on this blade over here. I'm going to put a little heavier coat on this one over here. And then we'll try it again and see what happens. It's just trial and error, but this is how you balance a prop. It's that simple. It's not rocket science, guys. It's really easy. A little time consuming, but it's really easy. Now I always start, and I wasn't going to take the time to do that. I'll do it later and then rebalance it. But I always take sandpaper and I break the edges. Okay, I sand the leading edge, because if you run your hand over it, there's all kinds of like dips and pokey, stuff hanging off the edges. They're not smooth. There's all kinds of stuff hanging off the edges. So the first thing I do is take sandpaper and I sand all the edges so they're perfectly smooth. Because you want an airfoil that's clean. So that's how you clean it. You sand it, that'll clean it, and that's what I do first. Then I start adding paint to balance it. Okay, so let me make sure we still have the same two blades, the ones that need paint, which is obviously these two. Okay, so what I always do, guys, so you don't get confused, you grab the heavy blade. That's where you don't want paint. So the one on the bottom is the heavy blade. So grab it there. Now we know these two need paint. This one needs more. This needs less. So I'm going to put a real light, and this is just, this is automotive paint, but it's Duplicolor Perfect Match Clear Coat. There's no rattle ball in it. It's just a nice clear coat that it's compatible with everything I've sprayed it on. I haven't eaten any foam airplanes. It'll eat the foam box. If you spray this on the foam box heavy, it'll eat the box, but it doesn't eat the airplane. So you can put this on the airplane over decals or whatever. I use it to balance props. Works great. I don't have any issues with that. So you can use that, but you can use black paint. Whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. So whatever you want to do. Okay, so I put a pretty heavy coat on that one. So I'm going to lay this flat for a minute. Let it pre-dry some before I put it back in the balancer. Because when I get a heavier coat on it, I don't want it running down the tip. So I lay it flat like this and let it start to dry. And then we'll check it again. So I'm just going to let it sit here like this for a minute. We've got a light coat on this blade, a heavy coat on this blade. This blade is probably going to be the heaviest now until it airs out. Once all the solvents evaporate away, then that's the true test of where we're at. So we got to wait for all the solvents to evaporate. And that's the process that makes this slow. It's because we're waiting for paint to dry. Sorry, but the end result is fantastic. You have a perfectly balanced prop and with the least amount of work. A little bit of time, but literally there's no work. Yeah, Lewis was playing with the sliding canopy. I showed you guys that earlier. The canopy does slide open, and the side door opens as well. On Spitfires they have like a half door on the left side of the airplane, and once you slide the canopy back, that left door will open. And this one does that. It has that little side door that opens. Okay, so I'm seeing it's a little wet down here, but we're good. This should be okay. So let's put it back in the balancer and see where we're at now. Okay, and because of this hub, it's very heavy. So you got to be gentle when you put it in there. Okay, so it looks like this blade is still too heavy. But I think we're closer between these two blades now because I think it's going to stand up with these two evenly. And now this is still Aaron, so, but you see it's rocking, it's favoring this, but this is still Aaron more than this one. This one dried pretty fast. It was a light coat. So we'll let it sit there. We'll wait for it to dry, and we'll check it again. So, but yeah, this is the trick to balancing a prop. It's not rocket science, guys. It's easy. It's really easy, a little time consuming, well worth it. I promise you'll never have a motor vibrate out of your airplane if you balance the prop. The worst prop I've ever had to balance was the one that came on the FMS, the Havilland Beaver. And everybody's had that problem. Everybody blew the motor out of their airplane because they didn't balance the prop. That was the worst out of balance prop I've ever had in my life. It was horrible. And it just shook the motor right out of the firewall. I didn't have that problem. I balanced mine before I flew it. But everybody else, that's all I ever heard on that plane was, that the motor came out of it. Well, did you balance the prop? Well, no. Oh, well, there's your problem. I don't know the brand of it, Roy, but this is the one that Motion sells. And I highly recommend it. I'm not a Motion fan, but this is the prop balancer that works the best. I love this balancer. So go to Motion RC and look up the balancer. It's the only one they have that looks like this. They have that really tiny one. I have that one too, but I didn't buy it at Motion. For doing two-bladed small props, but this will do any prop. And yeah, you get it at Motion RC, and just go there and get it. Oh, is it a Benchcraft? Is it? Okay. I couldn't remember the brand name, but yeah, you're probably right, because most of their shit, it's like Binford Tools. Everything on Home Improvement was Binford Tools, so everything at Motion is Benchcraft. Yeah, so. For it, thank you, man. You don't know how much those kind of comments mean to me, because this is the only reason I do this show. I never did this for money. It was never about the money. I did this because I've been in this hobby for 50 years, and I love it so much I wanted to share it. And when YouTube gave me a venue that I could do that, that's what I've been doing. So I have some really great videos: how to change a pilot in your canopy without cutting the canopy off, going in from the bottom. I did a really great video on that. And the prop balancing videos, how to land an airplane videos. I just do everything I can to make this hobby better for everybody. And yeah, John, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. And I'm not the only one that does this. Other people help too. There's a lot of good stuff out there. But that's the reason I got into this. If I wanted to make $1 million on YouTube, this is not the venue. There's a lot of other things I could be doing to make money on YouTube, but not this. I do this for the love of the hobby. I started flying in 1973, and I can't get away from it. I just love this hobby. And the airplanes that are coming out now, yeah, you two are chopped liver. Now that you mention it, Paul. I forgot what I was going to say. Paul made me lose my mind. But yeah, I just love sharing the hobby. I just love this hobby so much. And oh, I know what I was saying. And the planes just keep getting better and better. You weren't even a year old in 1973? Yeah, I was 13 in 73, John. So I started flying when I was 13. All right, so how are we doing on the drying? This is pretty dry. I'm going to let it dry a little bit more, and then we're going to put another coat on it. But as you can see now, all right, these two blades now are pretty even. Okay, this one blade's still fucking heavy as shit, but these two are pretty even because it sits almost dead. This one almost dead straight down. We're really close. So what we're going to do is add even coats of paint now, because see, now it's coming back again. So it's damn near right on the money. We need to add even amounts of paint to both these blades, because they're exactly the same off to that one. So we just have to put paint on both of these. So we'll give it a few more minutes, and then we'll put a coat on those. 4/30/1972. Yeah, there you go, John. So I got a couple years on you. So yeah, it just I've been an airplane, nut from birth, really. Cars and airplanes, and I didn't know radio control airplanes existed. I never saw one, never, And my mom was taking me to work on a Saturday one day. She had to go in and let either electricians in or somebody, I forget what. So she had to go into work and let them in the building. So we're driving down the road, and we drove right past an RC flying field. I see these airplanes flying around, and I just went crazy. And I begged my mom to stop, and she did. And then the rest is history. You know, I went in on the field, everybody welcomed me, talked all about the airplanes, and I was hooked. And I've been flying ever since. And I still have my original radio, which I believe I have in here. It was a Kraft, a 3-channel Kraft radio, and I think it's still laying on the floor in there. I still have it. It was the first radio I ever flew. Maybe it's not in here. Oh, you know what? Is it out there? Is it standing on the... Yeah, it's right there on the box out there. It's standing on the box out there. So I don't get rid of anything. I keep everything. That's why this damn garage is full. I have a lot of shit I need to get rid of. But I don't get rid of anything. I keep everything. So, all right, Paul. Hey, drive safe, buddy. You have a good night. We'll talk to you later. Oh, so Randy graduated from high school in '73, so he's got a few years on me. Yep. Oh, so you had a 1948 Luscombe? Oh, that's cool. I like those planes. You know, Blanco Lirio, Juan Brown, kind of hooked me on a Luscombe. I'd never seen one before, but he has one, or he had one. I heard he sold it. Can't believe he sold that airplane. Oh my God. You know, that was a very rare bird. They don't, there's not a lot of those around. You know, so I was really impressed with that. When he said he sold it, I was like, what? All right, so let's, I don't want to get paint on this damn canopy. I want to move that back. Okay. Okay. So same thing again. I'm going to let it sit flat for a minute. Let it air dry so it won't run. We'll leave it laid flat like this for a few minutes and let it start to dry, and then we'll put it back in the balancer. Unfortunately, they were illegal to fly. They probably are now. Yeah, I just heard it. Yeah, I was wondering what the hell that was. Yeah, I never did the control line. Well, I say I never. I did the RC first. I didn't know about control line airplanes. So I got hooked on an RC, and then everybody, oh, you got to try control line, man. It's a lot of fun, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how can that be fun? I've got a plane that I can do loops and rolls and all over the sky, go anywhere I want, and within eyesight. All you can do is go around in circles. Yeah, you can flip it over and go the other way, but you're still going around in circles, either clockwise or counterclockwise. That's all you can do, Yeah, you can do a loop. You can't do a roll, I'm like, but I tried it. They talked me into it. So I went out and bought the Cox Miss America Mustang, that plastic control line airplane that looked really cool. So I had to have that. Bought it, brought it home, flew it, did not crash it, landed it, and said, okay, that's enough for me. It ain't for me. This is crap. So I just turned that model into put it on the shelf because it was beautiful. So I just had a shelf, airplane after that because I was never going to fly it again. There was no point in it. Control line did nothing for me. So same thing with slot cars. I had a couple of slot car tracks, the little ones that Hot Wheels size cars ran on. And then I got a bigger one, the Aurora bigger slot car that they run today, in all these big slot car tracks. But once, I had an RC car right away. Right after I got the plane, I got into a car, and a Tamiya Subaru Brat, and I'm like, I can drive it all over the place, jump over things, and And the slot car track just follows the slot, and so I never got into that either. I'm like, where's the fun in this? I just couldn't understand what was fun about, I mean, it's kind of fun, but once you've done RC, not so much. I mean, there's quite a difference. So I never got into the slot car deal either. I've done it, and I'll do it once in a while for fun, but it's not something I'm going to put a lot of money into and get into. No, forget that. It's got to be RC. If it's RC, it's for me. Boats, cars, planes, hovercrafts, helicopters, I don't care. Anything RC, I'm in it. I'm in it, and I own it. I just love RC. So, yeah, a lot of guys have done that for it. Converted on a control line plane to RC. Some of them are not so hard to do. It's pretty easy. That Cox plane, no way. It's too small. No place to really put the radio gear. Back then, the radio gear was way too big. We didn't have these little micro 9 grams or the 6 gram or 4 gram servos. We didn't have any of that crap back in that day. We had the big monster, servos. That's all we had. So there's no way to put any kind of radio control in that Cox plane because it was a pretty small airplane, about the size of the UMX Voodoo. It was pretty close to that size. It might have been a hair bigger than that, but that's about it. It wasn't much bigger than that. And back in the 70s, there was no radio equipment that would fit in there. Of course, the receiver was, shit. I had something here that was pretty close to the size of a receiver. Where'd it go? Well, yeah, there's just the green part. Forget the cameras, but just the green part here. Receivers were, that big and bulky, and they didn't come any smaller than that. That's start there and get bigger. We don't have any of these micro little boards with no, we don't have any of that. We're very limited on what we had back then. So, yeah, there was no... Okay, so now... we're getting pretty close. It's not, it'll spin, and it doesn't just stop and go back to, it spins. So we're getting close. We're very close. I'm saying probably maybe 1 or 2 more coats of paint, and we're going to have it. But it looks to me like this is still the heavy blade right here. It's going to get to the bottom, and then this is going to teeter back and forth, and I'm going to stop it because I don't want to watch it teeter for 5 minutes. But this is still the heavy blade. We've got paint on this blade and this blade, but we're getting really, really close. So we need to add more paint to this blade again. But I got to wait for it to air out. So yeah, see, this blade might be, it's almost matching the heavy blade. These two are really close now. If it was right on, these two would be down like this. So this one's still a little light, but it's close. Very, very close. This one's still way off. We got to put more paint on this one. So I'll put another coat of paint on that in a minute here. And we're going to be very close. Yeah, Ken, I guess, if you started with control line, I see it where it would have been great, to start there and then move into RC. But if you start in RC, going back to control line is just kind of hard to do. I couldn't do it. I just not interested in control line. So yeah, it was just never something I wanted to do. After I tried it, I ended up with a really cool static display model. I don't know if I still have it. I'm hoping my brother has it. When my brother and I moved out of the house, and we left a lot of stuff behind, and Mom promised she wouldn't throw anything away. So she just split it up and sent half of it to him and half of it to me. So I've got some of his stuff and he's got some of my stuff. So I don't know. I've got his Cox McLaren RC car that you would tether to a nail in the ground in a cul-de-sac and light it up and it'd go round and round and round. So I had the McLaren. I'm hoping he's got the Mustang, and we can swap them back one day. But I'm not sure the Mustang exists anymore. But I love that airplane. So they came out with a Miss America and an RC plane, FMS did, and I bought it. It's sitting right there in the box. I haven't put it together yet, but it's such a beautiful scheme. I had to have it. So I bought that. I've had Voodoo for, God, I don't know, 7 years maybe? I've had Voodoo for a long time. And they just they did away with it, but they brought it back. So they reintroduced Voodoo. They got rid of Strega, which I thought was a very popular airplane. I can't believe they got rid of Strega. They kept Voodoo, and then they added the red, is it called the Red Devil or, oh no, Diego Red. They added Diego Red and then one called Blue Thunder. I don't know what that is. And the Miss America to Voodoo. So now there's 4 paint schemes. Diego Red, Blue Thunder, Miss America, and Voodoo. And I have Voodoo from old that's exactly the same and Miss America. I wish I had Strega. I wish I'd have bought Strega back when they had it. Who knows? Maybe they'll bring it back out. Who knows? Lyndon, that's a good question. The Freewing Avanti is definitely in the running. It's a great flying jet, but the best thing about that, it's got the best landing gear of any jet on the market. I mean, as far as durable, it's an affordable airplane with really durable landing gear. It's got a great suspension, trailing arm suspension that handles any terrain beautifully, and it's a good flyer. So I definitely, that Avanti is in the top of the list. I got to tell you, the BJ65, I'm sorry, it's a J65. Lewis has got me saying the BJ crap again. The J65 from X-Wing is an awesome, awesome, awesome jet. It comes with a gyro. It's easy to set up. The plane is so smooth, predictable. It's just a great, great flying jet. I really, really, really love that jet. That's one of my favorites that you can still buy. I've got a couple you can't get anymore. But out of those two are my top favorites for new jets. If you want a jet you can buy and fly and really enjoy it, those two are my top 2 for sure. There's some other ones out there, but as far as easy to land, great suspension, landing gear, great flying, those are 2 of my best, I would say, for sure. Yeah, now the Marlin's a great one too, if you don't mind. It doesn't have retracts, and everybody, what's a jet without retracts? I mean, it's kind of silly, right? Well, I know he said first jet, Fred. I still say that those 2 are very good jets. I mean, if it's your first jet, then I'm assuming you're already a skilled pilot. You can fly other airplanes. So moving on to a jet, what's the best first jet? Yeah, I think both of those fit into that category. They're excellent flying airplanes, very predictable. They don't do anything stupid, very smooth flying, very good jets. So if you're an accomplished pilot and you want to move into a jet, those are 2 that I would recommend, absolutely. The Marlin's a good jet, flies great, but it doesn't have retracts. And if you want to pull them off and then hand launch it, that's a whole nother world. There are a lot of people can't hand launch an airplane. Go watch YouTube. You'll see hundreds of people throw them into the ground. I mean, it's a standard. So, and then once you're in the air, you can't get rid of them. They're just going to hang out the whole time. So, it's a cheap jet though. If you're looking for something affordable, if you don't have money, that's a great jet. I mean, you know, the Merlin's a great starter jet because it's affordable. But let's face it, guys, more than likely, you're going to advance to a 6S battery jet. So why don't you just start with a 6 battery jet so you don't have to buy 4-cell packs that you're never going to use again when you move up to a 6-cell jet. Just buy a 6-cell jet and learn to fly that. That's my theory. And those two planes are awesome jets. They fly fantastic. You know, I'll tell you another one that's an awesome flying jet. And I don't have it. I have its cousin. But the 262 from Free Wing is an awesome flying jet. Very stable, very easy to fly. Just like the other two. Easy to fly, stable, don't do anything stupid. I think it's got really good landing gear on it. I'm pretty sure it does. Another great flying jet. Easy on batteries, it's twin. You'd think the twin would be harder on batteries. No, it's not. Because the two engines are working even less hard, less amp draw. It's easier on the batteries. I don't understand all of it, but I can tell you from experience that all my twin engine jets are way easier on batteries than my single engine jets. So, so that's another one I would pick. The Merlin's great. The hand tosser, the Bayhawk hand tosser, you know, the T-33 hand tosser. Yeah, they're all good jets, but they're 2S, 3S, 4S maybe, not 2S, but 3S, 4S, you know. And then you're gonna graduate up to 6S, and you'll never fly those again, and you'll never have any use for those batteries. So, you know, do I want to invest a lot of money in a 4S jet? No, I don't think so. Go right to 6S and be done with it. They fly better, they fly longer. You know, they just bigger's better. You know, it holds true with jets too. You know, flaps and retracts is what you're going to end up with. It's a jet. Jets have flaps and retracts. You don't have to use the flaps. If you don't like flaps, don't use them. You know, it's optional. You know, I don't think any jets mandatory that you know, they'll fly without flaps. You know, you don't have to use them if they. I watch videos all the time where guys say, "Oh, I don't use the flaps. I don't understand flaps. I can't ever land a plane with flaps." Okay, well then don't use the flaps. I like flaps. I use them, but it's not everybody's cup of tea. All right, so we got to put more paint on this one for sure. So we're going to put another coat on that one. And I'm going to put a really light coat on this one. And we're going to lay it flat again. This is going to get us really close, guys. I'm pretty sure this is going to do it. Well, not necessarily, Roy. I mean, if you've got fixed gear. Do you guys remember when Motion came out with the F-16 with fixed gear, but it had thrust vectoring? What the fuck? Who's going to fly a jet around and do 3D maneuvers, thrust vectoring with the landing gear hanging out? I mean, what the hell were they thinking? You know? I mean, and that one was too big. That gear wasn't removable. Not that I'm aware of, anyway. I think that was fixed gear that stayed in the airplane. That wasn't a hand launcher. It was a 70-millimeter jet, and it had thrust vectoring but no retracts. So the next version of it, version 2, no thrust vectoring, retracts. You know, so they completely flip-flopped on that. I couldn't believe they made a jet with thrust vectoring and not retracts. That just doesn't make any sense. That's just insane. Why would you do that? All right, so now that's the one I just painted. This was the heavy blade. So where are we at now? I put a very light coat on this one, a heavy coat on that one, and it's going to, as the solvents evaporate, as it gases out, this is going to get light again. There's just a lot of gas. I put a lot of paint on there, so there's a lot of solvents to evaporate. So as this evaporates, you can already see it's headed up. It's going to keep heading back up. I'll stop it here to show you. Okay? So as it's gassing out, it's heading back up. And it's going to keep doing that. You know, because it's got a lot of, there's a lot of solvents there still. I see how shiny it is. So it's not near dry. So it's going to keep gassing out and moving up. I think the other one I painted is over here. And that one's gassing out too, but not as much as this one. So now it's trying to go that way a little bit. But it's probably going to shift back to this way. As that one dries, this one will still be drying. So it's probably going to shift that way a little bit, and then it's going to shift back this way. But we're really close now, because when it spins, it's just going to spin. You know, that's how close we are. I mean, it's just going to keep spinning. A twin battery eater. Yeah, and what batteries are you using in that, Roy? What are those twin 4S, 6S? How big? You know, give us a little rundown on that. I know the plane, but I don't know what kind of batteries it uses. You're watching this going around. It just keeps going around and around and around. That's how close we are, guys. This balancer is so precise that it will get it to the milligram. You know. So that's how close we are. It's just spinning around and around. You know, it's so close. You know, but we have to wait for it to gas all the way out before we can go to the next step. So we got to let it completely dry, and then we can go to the next step. All right, for it. Hey, what's your name, for it? I hate calling you for it. What's your name? So let's see. The prop with no paint is this one. This is the blade that doesn't have any paint on it. So this was the heavy one. And it looks like it's still heavy. We're still going down. So these are still gassing out. So it's going to go back this way a little bit, but there's still paint to dry on both of those. So now you're going to ask, well, what if you get too much paint on it? Well, you got two options. You can either paint the one you didn't paint, if you want to keep adding paint, or you take some wet sandpaper and you start polishing the paint you put on off a little at a time, and you know, you just sand some of the paint back off to really fine tune it. So you got two options. You can either add paint to the light blade again, or you can sand some of the paint off the heavy blade, because we're at that point now, you know, where we're close enough where we can start sanding to get it right. We don't have to keep adding paint. So that's the next step. You get some sandpaper, a little bit of wet sandpaper, and you just wet sand it. Usually it's something around, you know, 1,000 grit, 2,000 grit, you know, pretty fine. Because otherwise you're going to start stripping paint. You're not going to sand it smooth and polish it. You're going to be stripping it off. You don't want to strip it off, and then you got to start over. So just you want to polish it off, you know. So you just, and you'll see the sandpaper. You know, you're going to see it turn, you know, as you're sanding it, the black paint's going to come off. You'll see black and like almost like it almost looks like a foam as you sand it. You know, you're going to have this little, you know, bit of paint that's coming off. And then you just wipe that off, wipe it dry. You can rinse it off with some water if you want, wipe it dry, put it back on the balancer, see where you're at. All right, Fred, you're out of here? All right, we'll see you later, man. You have a good night. Thanks for coming, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow night. So we're pretty stagnant right now. It stopped, but this was the heavy blade, and these are the two blades we've been painting, but they're not dry yet. Let me grab this and take it out of here and take a look. Yeah, both of these have got a good shine on them. They're not dry yet, but they're close. So I think if I have some sandpaper here, I'm gonna sand it. That's too heavy. Where'd the sandpaper go? I was using to sand them out. I was sanding the paint on that. Is there any of that on here? Did I still have any on here? I know my desk. You can't see the mess I have on the desk. You guys wouldn't believe how much shit's on this desk. That computer screen blocks it. You don't get to see the real shit show because it's on my desk. This is the real shit show. Oh, yep, here's a piece right here. All right. I need some water. I have water right here. I know I have water right here. So I'm going to get a little cup of water, this little piece of sandpaper, and I'm going to start sanding where I painted. We're going to start smoothing that out. And we'll see if we can get it a lot closer. But we're not ready yet. It's still a little wet. I don't want to, if you start sanding wet paint, you're just going to strip it off. You got to make sure it's fully dry, hard enough to withstand sanding. Otherwise, you're just going to strip it off. Oh shit! I took the water out in the. It's out in the shop. It's here. It's in the hangar. It's out there. I gotta go get it. I don't know. I had a small thing of water here. Is that still here? I think it dried up. I don't see that. Yeah, I'll have to go get the water. It's out in the shop. All right, we'll do that. I'm gonna let this dry anyway. The Spitfire's in the way. Oh my God, that damn decal is lifting. Why the hell is that lifting? Son of a gun. That sucks. Alright, well these decals are not very good because, listen, I wet sanded this whole wing. Smooth. I mean, baby butt smooth. And then I took Windex and wiped it down. So there was no residue left, no paint dust left. It was, as clean as it could be before I put all these decals on it. And that damn decal's lifting. That just sucks. So you've got options here. What I'll probably end up doing is getting a little white glue, like Elmer's glue or something. I'll let it lift back up again, and then I'm going to just take my finger and brush some glue into that underneath it. Lay it back down, wipe off the excess glue. You're going to have to let it kind of tack up, and then I'll push it back down and keep moving it, and until it dries. And that you can try to do it with like contact cement, but you're going to get contact cement all over everything, and you got to just sit there, keep wiping it and rolling it into little balls to get it off, and there's the risk it'll take the paint off. That's what I don't like about that idea. I've done it, but there's always that risk that it'll stick too good to one little spot, and then when you roll it off, it's going to pull the paint off. So I don't always do that. So I'm going to try to do it with white glue, I think that's what I'm going to use. I can't think of anything better. Wish there was something that would wipe off like white glue, but dry faster. I can't think of anything that would. So your name is Ido? Ido? Is that how you pronounce that? Ido? Oh, so the O sounds like an O and the I sounds like an E. So Ito or Edo? Ito, Edo. Ito, long E, Ito, short E, Edo. Edo. I'm sorry I'm butchering your name. I'm trying. I'm sorry. Well, welcome to the show. I'm glad you're here. And thank you for watching my show. I appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words. That was great. Thank you. All right, let me lift this up and walk past it so I'll go get the water, and we'll start this because it's about dry now. I can start wet sanding that. This is the trick. This maneuvering around inside this tent is a royal pan of pride. Okay, that's not going to stay there. That's going to be on the floor. Let me try this. Okay, that'll stay there. All right, be right back. It's right here outside the tent, so I don't have to go far. So all this paint that I painted on the Spitfire here, the light blue on the bottom, because I had to repaint the nose piece after I redid it, and the green is all just latex house paint. You know, you go get a little sample at Home Depot or Lowe's, and they'll match the color for you. I didn't match this green, I picked it off the cards. I went through all the cards on the shelf over there. There's a million colors of green, and I just found the one I liked, and that's what I picked this one. And but normally I take a piece with me. Like when I wanted the blue for the bottom side of the plane, I took the foam piece with me and had them mix. They shoot it with their camera, and then they mix it. And usually it comes out right on the money. But that blue didn't come out so good. The guy at Home Depot, I don't know if the camera screwed it up or if he screwed it up, but it was off quite a bit. It had way too gray look to it. So I had to add white to lighten it up and blue, navy blue, to darken the blue. And the new color now is pretty damn close. I've got it, you know, the new mix I made is pretty damn close. But he was way off. So it was very gray. If you watch my video, you can tell it's very gray. I think I still need to put maybe a little more white in it. It might be a little too dark. Okay. All right, so I brought my bottle of water and left it over there. And I've got, you know, when you buy a salad at, you know, any of the restaurants and they give you your salad dressing in these little cups. Well, I keep these cups because they're great for mixing glue, mixing paint. You need something little to put water in for wet sanding. They're great for all that. So we save all these cups. I just rinse them out and save them, and you know I use them for all kinds of stuff. They're really handy to have. So I always keep those the little cups that the salad dressing comes in. All right, so we're going to put a little water in there. This is actually 2000 grit, I believe, sandpaper, wet dry sandpaper. All right, so we're going to sand off. Hang on a minute, that's weird. What happened there? What? Wow. Okay, so that's weird. This thing really did some drying because now I got to add more paint. This is the blade that has no paint on it. It's back down on almost down the bottom. That's the paint. There's no paint on that blade. There's paint on this one and this one. There's no paint on this blade, and it's down at the bottom again. So I'm going to do something, just shits and giggles. I'm going to flip it over so it's pointed the other direction. It shouldn't make any damn difference if everything's working right. It shouldn't make any difference. It should end up in the same spot. But I always check it anyway. I always flip them over, you know, this way, and I'll turn it around that way too, just to make sure I've tested every theory, make sure I've got it the way I want it. So now, of course, I would have all the screws in it, you know, and everything finished. You know, I didn't put any screws in it. There's 6 screws that go in that, but the screws should be all the same weight. Should be, probably aren't exactly, but should be. So if, you know, after I put the screws in it, I'll rebalance it. You know, I'm still going to sand all the blades smooth and all that, and then I'll have to do a final rebalance. But I'll be so close that it's not going to be a big effort. Okay, so it looks like we're stopping right here, somewhere real close to this. So it's going to stop. So this is the light blade. It's on top. I believe this is the blade that doesn't have any paint on it. Nope, this is the blade that doesn't have any paint on it. Okay, all right, so let's put that back in there. See where we go. Okay, so it's going to stop here. See, these two are really close. That one's off. Okay. All right, so this is the one that's got no paint on it. And I need another coat of paint on there. So let's put some paint on that. I'm going to do a really light coat here. We're really close. Okay. Now I put such a light coat on it that I really don't even need to leave it flat like this, because there's not enough paint to run. It's not going to run. So let's go ahead and put it back in here. If we're as close as I think we are, that blade's probably going to go to the bottom. It's very temporary. It's going to come right back up. You know, because it's gassing out, it's evaporating, it's going to get lighter, but it's probably still heavier than everything else right now. So yeah, it's going to go to the bottom. But as it gasses out, it's going to come back up. It's definitely not. I didn't put much paint on it at all. That was a very light coat. So when it airs out, it should be pretty close. Let me put my sandpaper in the water. Let's get that wet. So I'm guessing by what you said there that it's Edo, a long E, not Ado, A-E. It's Edo. So long E, Edo. Is that right? If I got it right? Is that somebody's giving me hearts? Is that you, Edo? Is that to tell me I did it right? I got it right? I'm getting some hearts there. So thank you for the love. Appreciate that. So I usually balance my props in the house on the kitchen sink, and apparently there's a draft in my house, nothing we can feel, but when I get a prop perfectly balanced and it's sitting on the sink, it starts spinning. Not fast, but it just sits there and keeps rolling because it's perfectly balanced and there's a slight breeze enough to make the prop roll, but it's rolling. I got it. Perfect. Thank you, man. So the prop just sits there in slow motion and just keeps rolling and never stops. I'm like, what the hell's... Yeah, I've got a perpetual motion machine here, guys. There must be a draft, coming in that's causing that, because I don't know what else could do it. See, it's really gassing out now. You see, it's trying to work its way back up. It's coming up. All right, Ken Bird, you have a good night, buddy. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming, man. It's good to see you. So as this dries, it's going to keep, drifting. Well, maybe not. Maybe we got it. We might be right on the money now. but I suspect it's going to probably. But we're so close now that I'm a perfectionist. I'm going to make it perfect, but we're at the point now where it's probably close enough. You could go fly this, and you're not going to vibrate the motor out of the plane. It'll be fine. But yeah, when I balance the one that's on the Spitfire sitting here, that's the last one I did. It was spinning on the counter in the kitchen. It just sat there, kept going around and around. I'm like, what the hell? What the hell's going on here? You know. So yeah, it's when you get them perfect. And the best part about them when they're perfect is they're so whisper quiet when you're flying. There's no like vibration sound, no engine sound. It's just whoosh. All you hear is the whoosh of the air go by. You don't hear the prop, you know, unless you're going wide open throttle and the prop starts to cavitate, then you're going to hear something. But if you're at the prop speed that the prop's comfortable with, there's no prop sound. It's just whoosh. You know, it's amazing how, you know, how clean the sound is when you have a balanced prop. So and you guys that know Nate, he was the one I convinced the most. He you know, him and Pilot Ryan think I'm full of shit, you know, most of the time, and so, but he has the same Tiger Cat I had, so, and he watched my video, and I specifically called Nate out on it. I said, hey Nate, balance your prop and it'll sound like this. And it whooshed by, and it impressed him enough to go balance his prop. And then his plane sounded like mine. And then he came in the Zoom and told me, Kenny, I thought you were full of shit, but God damn it, you were right. I can't believe what a difference it made balancing my prop. Holy crap. And I said, well, thank you, Nate. I appreciate you acknowledging that. Thank you. So he became a firm believer, you know. So since there's rough edges here and I can sand some of that off without sanding into my paint, I'm going to start with that. And I'm just going to break the edges here and see if that's enough propeller to get it balanced, because it's just barely heavy. So we're just going to do a nice little sand here on the edge. And clean that edge up. Okay, just like that. Just wipe it off. Got to dry it off. Don't make residual water, because that'll throw it all off. I'm trying to be careful. This paint's still wet. It hasn't finished gassing out yet. So this is going to get a little lighter. It should be a little lighter now that I sanded it. And as the rest of this paint gasses out, it should get even lighter. So let's see where we are now. Okay, it's still a tiny bit heavy. Huh. Wow. There must be some water on it that I missed, because there's no way it should be that much heavier now. I just sanded paint off of it, or propeller off of it, not. So yeah, it's going back the other way now. All right, so I guess I didn't take much off at all, because we're right back where we were. All right, let me let's get some more off of it here. So the tip is out here actually is pretty dry. I think we can sand the tip here. So let's go out here and sand a little bit out here. So the other trick with this, guys, we're cleaning the airfoil. We're making it even smoother. So the smoother the prop is, the smoother it's going to work. The air will stick to it better. Um, it'll cavitate less. So all the stuff I'm doing is to just improve the proficiency of the prop, which makes it quiet and no vibration, more power. You get longer battery life. It's all positive, guys. Everything that happens from balancing a prop is all a plus. There's no negative to it. It's all just makes things better. It gives you more flight time, less load on the motor. It's more efficient that way. Once you balance it, all of it. It just all works in your favor. There's just no negative to balancing a prop other than if you ain't got time for it because you're too damn busy. Well, okay, that's your prerogative. But the difference is it's a huge difference from a balanced prop and a non-balanced prop. What is this? Fanfly K8 64mm 6S is an awesome flyer and can be considered a trainer, in my opinion. Just a great all-around plane. No retracts, but spring suspension. It has spring suspension and flaps. I'm not familiar with that plane, Anthony. Who sells that? Who's I know you said Fanfly. That's got to be the manufacturer, but who sells Fanfly? Where do you get them? All right, Ito. I'm glad you came. Great to see you, man. Appreciate you coming. Yeah, so we're there. I mean, this is staying up now, so we're pretty well balanced. That's just going to roll and roll and roll. So that's how you balance a prop. It's that simple. It's a little time consuming, but there ain't it ain't rocket science. Gravity is telling you what's heavy, and you just keep doing it until they're all the same weight. You can put the prop in any position and it stays there. You're done. It's balanced. So if it keeps rocking around within, you can play with it until until you give up. But I'm a perfectionist, so I never give up. I make it perfect. So, but that's how you balance a 3-blade, 4-blade, 5-blade, any of those. And this will balance a 2-blade just as easy, But this is tall enough to balance most of the planes I have, so that's great. Because the little ones are too big, and you can't do a 3-cell or a 3-blade with that, or any more than 2. But this one will do anything. So that's why I recommend this balancer. This is how you do it. This is how I do it. And the end results is this. I mean, look at this thing. It's about to stop. It's still going around. So the difference in the weight of these blades is minuscule. Because even if it stops, if it starts to go back the other way, it's going to be so slow when it goes back because the weight's that close. We're probably talking less than a gram, difference here. So, and just so it'll find center faster, I'm going to stop it there and let it re-go one more time here. Because now it's going to just stop where it's heavy. Yeah. All right, well, these are the 2 props that have paint on. I'm going to let them continue airing out. I'm going to stop right here for tonight. But that's how you do it. And tomorrow when it's completely dry, and I know I've got the final, I'll finish wet sanding or adding paint, whatever I need to do to get it balanced. But that's how good it is. It's that simple to balance a prop. It's not that big a deal, guys. I highly recommend it. Sand the edges, smooth it all out. No burrs, no nothing. You can't feel nothing. It's just super smooth. And then just cut a couple coats of paint on it to get it till this, and go fly it. You're going to notice a huge difference. You're going to get more runtime, more power, no vibration. It's going to be quiet, whisper quiet. Just, you know, it's just the way you should do it, guys. All right. So what else are we going to talk about tonight? Are we calling it? Because what time? It's about 1 now, isn't it? 1:30. Oh, look at that. So, yeah, you're right, Tim. It's probably just the hot air coming out of my mouth. I'm sure that's what it is. You nailed it, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, watch this. So I didn't blow hard. I just a little bit of air. And look at how much it moved the prop. You know, it just blew it right out of its happy place, and now it's going to sit there and go back and forth again. Yeah, John, you're right. High humidity. Yeah, that's going to play a factor as well. You're right. Absolutely. There's a lot of things that come into play here. Like I said, the draft in my kitchen was throwing me off big time because I couldn't figure out why is this prop still spinning? What the hell's going on here? Because we can't feel nothing. I mean, literally, I can't feel a damn thing. But the draft is enough to make this prop just rotate. You know, it's a very, very slow rotation, but it doesn't stop. It just keeps rotating. You know, it's amazing. You know. So, yeah, so this is, you know, now we're, because these gases are still airing out. I think I'm going to do one thing here. Let me just do one tiny little, right on the tip here. Now this is the blade that has no paint on it. And all I'm going to do is put a tiny little pass on this tip. Right here. Okay. So basically I just put paint on the yellow and that's it. Let's see where that puts us. A tiny little bit of paint. Let's see if that does anything. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, so we're really close now. Because that's heavy, but it's got to air out. So as it exhausts out, I think it's going to be a perfect balance now. I think we're there. That little tiny bit of clear that I put on the yellow, right there on the tip, I think did it. I think we're there. Well, Randy, if you balance them just like I'm doing it, wood props are no different. They balance exactly the same way. If you balance your wood prop, it won't sound like that. It won't be loud. I promise you. Balance it like this. Sand it. Smooth it all out. If there's a nick in it, a tiny little nick, it's going to make all kinds of noise. I'm telling you, it will. I promise you. You know, just smooth it out. I mean, every way you can. Just smooth it out. Get all the imperfections out of it. Balance it, and then it won't make noise. It'll be so much quieter you won't believe the difference. This is absolutely balanced close enough. I mean, I'm anal. I'm going to play with it. I'm going to sand the edges and all that, but this is definitely close enough. This is so close to, you know, it'll fly perfect with this. Maybe at a super high RPM, you might get a tiny, tiny, tiny noise, but this would be perfect. This is going to fly fantastic. So I'm just going to finish it up now. I'm not going to try to balance it anymore until after I've sanded all the edges, smoothed it all out, put the screws in it, so it's finished, and then I'll do the final sand and paint to really nail it. But this is so damn close, it's ridiculous. We're there. So, well, honestly, Roy, unless you have prop strikes or run it through the grass where the grass can either leave residue behind or strip some of the paint off, it'll never have to rebalance it. It's for life. It'll stay that way forever. The only time it's going to change, prop strike, you hit something and knock some of the yellow tip paint off, maybe. Any kind of, chip of the paint, that's going to knock it out. And probably not enough to make a vibration or anything, but that's the only way you would ever have to rebalance it. You're never going to have to rebalance it. Once it's balanced, it's done. But if you do have a prop strike or chip the paint or whatever, then just go back to this process and add another tiny little coat of paint. That's all it takes, to fix it. Just, a little dust here and you're good. But it's not once it's balanced, it's dry and it balances. You never have to balance it again. It's just fly it for the rest of your life. Just be, I'll tell you a story, and this is on a real airplane. Well, not a real airplane, but an ultralight, one of those ultralights with a triangle wing ultralight, has a motor in the back. So there's a guy that comes to our field all the time and lands there to come shoot the shit with us. Real nice guy. He sells these paramotor flying wing things. So he lands and he comes over and we're all talking and everything, and he's got this brand new, real fancy carbon fiber prop on. So he goes to leave and he taxis down the main runway and he turns around and he didn't give himself enough room to turn around. So he drove off into the high grass, okay, which is no big deal. It's not that high, but it was enough that the prop touched the grass. Didn't make any sounds, didn't stall the prop, nothing. We just heard it, cutting grass a little bit, Turns around, comes back, he starts his takeoff roll and aborts. Tries it again, aborts. Comes over, he says, I've got a horrible prop vibration that the computer's telling me to shut it down because something's wrong with it. He says, I think I've got grass residue on the blades. Does anybody have any Windex? Yeah, I do. So I went and got paper towels and Windex. He cleaned the whole prop and then fixed it. He went back down, took off. It did no vibration. So just that whipping through grass and the grass leaving that like almost sticky, slime on the propeller blades was enough to throw it out of whack. He couldn't take off. He could have, but the computer was telling him that there's a problem. Don't take off. So, because it was only out by that much, but it was enough that all we had to do was clean the prop and it was fine. So that's how critical this is, guys. I mean, if a little bit of grass slime can throw a prop off bad enough that the computer says don't take off, that's exactly how precise this needs to be. So yeah, I can't stress it enough, guys. You've got to balance these props. Don't listen to anybody else. Just balance the props. Your props always seem to be turning green. Is that so? Interesting, Roy. We got to get Sherlock Holmes involved to figure out why your props are turning green. That's funny. All right, guys, I'm going to call it. But that's how you balance a prop. And I've done this more than once, and I hope everybody got something out of this. I hope you guys try it out. Pick an airplane that's making a lot of noise, balance the prop, and then try it again and see what happens. Tell me, and then get back to me. Let me know that you balanced it perfect and it got quiet or it's still noisy. Because if it's still noisy, there's another problem. It could be your shaft's bent. Okay? Because once the prop's balanced, if you still have a vibration, then the vibration's coming from something else. And a lot of times it's just the aluminum, this part. Your prop hub, your shaft. If this is out by a micro, the whole prop is doing this, and that's going to be vibration. And even though the prop's balanced, it's still not going to be right. You're still going to have a vibration. I can put these in my lathe and true them, either by cutting them true or bending them true. But I can get them dead nuts on, because in a lathe, it's the tolerance is so tight that I can fix those kind of problems. And I've had to in the past, not very often. It's unusual for that to happen unless you crashed. Then it's not so unusual. But out of the box, I'll tell you what plane I got that the hubs were bad on was the Lancaster, the Hobby King 4-engine Lancaster bomber. I had to do a lot of fucking with those little tiny aluminum prop shafts, because 2 of them were bent pretty good, or just out of center pretty good, and then one was okay, and then one was not bad, but 2 of them were pretty bad. So I took them off the plane, took them to the lathe, put them on there, and cured it. I just kept messing with it till I got them straight, trued them, take one swipe with the blade just to true it up, whatever I need to do, and put them back on, and then all the props were balanced, and it's so smooth. Oh my God, that thing sounds so cool, because there's just 4 engines humming with the wind, and it just sounds so cool when it flies by. No noise, no vibration, just whoosh, but that harmonic of 4 engines humming, that it's, you guys, I know you've watched the 12 O'Clock High or one of those movies. You know what I'm talking about. And when you have a model that does that, it's really cool. It sounds really cool. You still haven't flown it? Yeah? Well, make sure you balance your props. And make sure you check, listen, with the props off, spin it up and look at the shafts. Look directly into the end of the shaft. You can even take a magic marker and put a dot in the middle of the shaft, and like a Sharpie, and then roll it, spin it, and see if that dot is moving around or if it's dead on. Watch it carefully and see what happens. Sometimes just indexing, you can unbolt. If it's a bolt on, this is a bolt on. So there's 4 screws in this. So this can be mounted in 4 different positions. Clock positions. 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. You can reclock it. And sometimes that fixes it. Sometimes the hub and the plate are just off enough that when you get them turned to the right way where they meet up, it fixes it. So you can always reclock one if it's this kind. 3 positions or 4, depending if it's a 3-screw or 4-screw. So that's another way to true this stuff up, which I try a lot of times if I, it just depends. But, the slightest out of center is going to cause those kind of issues. So, yeah, so check them out. And by the way, that Lancaster flies great. That's a neat little airplane. I really love mine. That thing's cool. It's cool looking. It flies really good. It sounds cool in the air. It's a cool airplane. I really like it. I was having a little problem with the elevator. I thought it was a weak servo because it wouldn't come back to center. But I took it apart and I unhooked the clevis, and the elevator with the push rod was dragging in the sleeve that they glued in the airplane. So I had to reclock that sleeve to get the push rod moving freely. And I haven't flown it since I fixed it, but it's actually sitting right outside the tent, right here. And if you guys hadn't seen this, let me I'll put the green screen back on to show you what my, because you're looking at the back of the tent right here. This is just a piece of green fabric hanging on the center wall in the tent. There's another room behind that. So there's a room in the front and a room in the back, and this is blocking the room in the back. But with the green screen on, This is the other camera, but that's the green screen. So all that behind me is all fake. It's not real. It's just a figment of your imagination. No, it's the green screen image in the background. So I can fix that here by re-implementing my turn my chroma key back on. So let me do that. Go to the filter, turn the chroma key back on. Okay. And then close. And then now when I switch it back over, and now you got a good look at my complete wall unit with my television that I can play video on, and I can make it look like a real television. It's all bullshit. It's all make believe. None of this is real. So, but it looks cool. So I put it up to make it look better. So, all right, guys, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow night at Fred's show. If you're here to chat on Fred's or Fly, either way, you're welcome to come. So, come join us tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. The Fred RC Baron or the Fred Baron, the RC, whatever it is. Fred Baron, come join us. We'll have a lot of fun. Yeah, you thought I was changing rooms. Yeah, no, I'm just changing the background. Hey, wait, there's more. Wait, I'll do one more. Watch this. Hang on a minute. This is a cool one. Hang on a minute. This will blow your mind. Now you'll know for certain it's not a room. I'm not changing rooms. Let me find it. There it is. Let's bring this one up. You'll like this one. Oh, yeah, let me I got to turn the TV off. That ruins the whole effect here. Hang on a minute. Let me, where's the... Okay. So now, we're on the space shuttle in outer space. Look at all these buttons and little switches up here. This is all cool shit. Look at that. And my planes are blocking a lot of it, but there's a lot more to see. There's the moon is, or not the moon, but the International Space Station's out this window over here that you can't see right now. And you could just barely right there see the curvature of the Earth. Right through that window right there. And then it continues over to this window over here. That's the curvature of the Earth right there. And then the space station's out this window over here. But you can't see that because the airplane's in the way. So I went to outer space just now. All right, guys, that's it. We're out of here. Have a great night. Thanks for coming. Hope you had fun. I know I did. I enjoyed this show. So we'll catch you guys tomorrow night in Fred's show. Have a good night. Talk to you later.